All right, it is now 5:01 on April 10th. I would like to call the meeting to order. If you can please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So 5:01 is to revisit the ballot question.
All right. There is confusion out there regarding this ballot question to be placed on the May 19th. Actually, this question to be put on the May 19th. I had someone call me who said that the reason it's on the ballot is because I put it on. I don't have the authority to do that. Number one, no town administrator has the authority to do so. This board had held a legally posted meeting like we normally do before every town meeting and decided to address the question. We decided not to sit at town meeting because every time we go there, we have a hard time conducting business. So we conducted our business here. On April 8th, I had put together a letter to the town clerk from the board indicating that you took a vote on April 8th in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C, subsection K, to place a question on the May 19th ballot as follows. Proposition 2.5, debt exclusion question. We put together the form of the votes and yes, no. That is expected to be on the annual town election warrant based upon a vote of this Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen, I'm going to remind you, has to sign the election for it to occur. If you don't sign an election warrant, it will not occur. Okay? Everything has to go through the Board of Selectmen for approval, whether it's a town meeting warrant or whether it's an election warrant. You have an active vote at a duly posted meeting held in public that said you want this question on the ballot. On Tuesday night, the question failed. That does not mean the ballot, this question does not go forward because you have ordered it so. What happens is if you don't want it on the ballot, you have to vote to rescind your prior vote to make it official that it is now not to appear on the ballot. Nothing else will stop it except you rescinding the vote. What happened Tuesday night is you no longer have an appropriation for the project. If this goes to the general electorate and is placed on the ballot and it passes by 50% plus one vote, you now have funding for it, but you don't have an appropriation. You would then again have to schedule a special town meeting to bring the project in front of the appropriating body, our legislative body. Just like in the federal government, we have an appropriating body. They would then determine that, okay, we now have funding. Are we going to go forward with the project as presented? And if it passes there, you then have an appropriation.
Now, when you say funding, Chris, you mean we have in favor for it?
You have approval for
Okay.
people, again, Proposition 2.5 vote, whether it's an override, which is permanent,
Yeah.
or an exclusion vote, which is only there to raise the debt service for a borrowing or bonding, okay? Once that disappears, it disappears. And The type of vote determines where it goes in the calculation of the maximum allowable levy limit each year. I don't know if there's been confusion. I don't know if there's issues, but I take offense that I'm being accused of being the one to put this on the ballot. Number one.
Fair enough.
Okay? No, the town administrator does not have that authority. Pure and simple. I believe the town clerk is under a misconception, and I believe probably some members of this board, and I know members of that meeting on Tuesday night were under a misconception. All that happened on Tuesday night was there is not an appropriation for the project. If you want to allow 259 voters the opportunity to speak for the whole town, the suggestion is to rescind this vote, to put the ballot in front of the general electorate of 4,100 voters. Or do you want to get a true temperature of the town and see if they're willing for an increase in their taxes for this project? Again, then if it passes on May 19th, you would then have to come in front of the appropriating body again to see if they will pass the appropriation. That's the process. Okay? But again, it's up to the Board of Selectmen to decide if they're going to bring the project back in front of the appropriating body. It is your warrant. Okay? There are other wrinkles that could occur along here if you wanted to. I'm not going to get into those tonight because they're not germane to this topic. But this revolves around this. If you do not want a question to be put in front of the general electorate, you rescind your vote tonight before the town clerk has to print the ballot.
When is she printing it, Chris?
Don't know?
April 17th.
Okay? So the issue becomes is you have to make a decision. This board doesn't meet again until April 29th. So the question is, do you want to put it in front of the town or not? Or let who was in attendance on Tuesday night dictate the fate of the project?
So we had 259 voters on Tuesday night. I don't think that's a good representation of the whole town. We have 6,000 people in our town.
And you got like 4,100 voters.
I agree with that. If we were, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
If we were to rescind that, I don't think it would be fair to the people that weren't at the meeting, that didn't get their voice heard, that want their voice to be heard through a ballot vote. So,
Especially with sports and everything else that's going on. There's a lot of people that couldn't attend if they were working. So I don't think it hurts anything. It gets, like you said, the temperature of the town to figure out where they stand, who wants it, who doesn't. And then we still have to go back. Does it have to be a special town meeting, or can it be part of our part 2 annual town
No,
meeting?
because your warrant has to be posted by May 5th.
Okay. And we're not going to know till May 19th.
Correct.
Okay.
So what you could do is we usually bifurcate the annual town meeting, split it in two.
Yeah.
You could schedule a special town meeting with the second half of the annual to bring this topic back.
Okay.
Because then you will have had the vote on the 19th, and you still will have 2 weeks to be able to post a special town meeting to bring this topic back in front of the general, or in front of the appropriating body.
And it has to be a special town meeting off of the original one for part 2?
Yes.
Which would only be to appropriate the money if it
Correct.
passes at the ballot.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
And if it doesn't pass at the ballot?
Well, that's the wrinkle,
Okay.
okay? The Board of Selectmen, if they so desire, can schedule a subsequent election for 45 days after the original vote. And the reason it comes to 45 days, it takes 35 days notice to schedule an election, whether it's annual or special. When a vote is held, there's a 10-day period where people can contest the count. That's how the 45-day comes about. But again, it's up to the Board of Selectmen, and only the Board of Selectmen, to make that determination.
That's at the 45 days.
Yes, to say you're gonna bring it back in front of the electorate again,
Good.
okay? And in the Mass General Law, and in the Proposition 2.5 primer that is out there on the Department of Revenue's website, okay? It doesn't say, limit you to the number of times you can bring it back.
That's interesting.
However, at some point, the voters are gonna get angry,
Sure.
and you will be voted out of office.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
But I have to say it that way,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah,
That's,
fair enough.
it's there. It ends up really in your lap at some point,
Okay.
okay? So tonight, I'm asking, shall we forward the letter that was signed by the board on Tuesday night to the town clerk to include this question on the annual election ballot?
I think so.
I say yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we
Just
will
a vote.
forward that
Let
to
the
the
people
town.
decide.
Okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How are we gonna clarify this to the townspeople? Because I've been asked by 25 people what
I
happened.
know. No. I've also been asked by a lot of people what happened as well. Because like Chris said, there's a lot of confusion on what's going on and why we were there to begin with. Because they all thought it was to put it on the ballot because that's what was put out on Granby Town Meeting.
Yeah,
So,
that's the problem with the page that's not a public, that's not
yeah,
from the town.
yeah. It was put on there that it,
Take
yeah,
down what they had, because that was incorrect.
okay. And I really feel before they post, they really need to talk to the people who are actually doing the background work and know what's going on. But is there something that we can create and give to them to put out on their social media websites, I guess? That would be, I think, the only way to clear it, right? Because a lot of people go on those social media sites, as we know, which is why everyone had the confusion. So I think if we can create something, whether
Or
that's
do you want
me,
me to just put down what I stated tonight?
yeah,
I think that would be good.
But you're only gonna hit
It's
the
very-
Social media people. You have people.
we can
that-
put it on the town website too. A lot of
Right.
people go there for it. So I don't know if, do we have a bulletin or a message portion of it?
Message board area.
Yeah, where we have important announcements.
Yeah.
And then if the chief could put out the call that says, well, you can email too, right? For whoever's on that list? Or is it just a phone call
If they provided an email address, I believe it would go out.
to the email
I
and
think it goes
telephone,
out
right?
with Text message, right?
Text or some, one of the two, right.
Text.
Yeah,
don't think
I wonder if we
text.
could just like put a shortened version of it on there and just send it out so that
So
they get it too. So we
so
kind of hit it from all angles.
Yeah. Design it.
So just give you the wording and then
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
copy and paste it in. Okay.
That's the simplest, that way it's, is typed or, that's, unfortunately, that's how the first message when it went out, but it had the wrong date because I copied and pasted what was sent to me. But-
Yeah.
Or had the right day, wrong date.
So we can get it out through the people through that way if they're on that list.
Yep.
And if you're not, they just go to the website.
4,100, something like that.
Okay.
People are registered in the town with their phone number, so.
Yeah.
So then would it just be, there's a vote on the 19th? Or would it be, there's a vote on the 19th, and if it passes, it goes to special town meeting?
For appropriations. Yeah.
Well, if you make the message too long,
I know.
you'll
They're not
lose
gonna
them.
read it.
You lose them. You have them for maybe 30 seconds at the most.
Well, you have some time between the 19th, but I'm not sure when the second half of special town meeting.
That's,
Yeah.
that would, right now it's scheduled for June 9th.
We have it, 14 days to special town meeting.
Yes.
So maybe do one message that says, like, you were saying, Lynn, May 19th on the, I don't know, we gotta shorten it, but May 19th election. One of the questions will be for the West Street Building Project, yes or no? Which, yeah, because then
It's
I
not-
know it's gonna be,
It's not.
it's not user friendly.
Now, what you would basically have to say is, please be advised, on May 19th, there will be a question on the annual ballot whether or not to fund the continuation of the West Street Building renovation project. Period. Then, if
Well, no.
Huh?
If it passes after the
then if it
19th.
passes, you would make an announcement that, please be advised that there is a special town meeting scheduled for June 9th to address appropriate the money or the funds to continue with the West Street Building renovation project. That's the way I would do it. Of course, I'm not an expert. So it would just be something of that nature, and maybe it just needs to be tightened up a little bit. I think it's cheap. Because again, be reminded, you will have a new town administrator, or the permanent town administrator here as of June 2nd.
Yep.
So I will not be present at those meetings to assist in explaining why we're there again.
I'm sure Tammy's following it though. And you still see her on Fridays to kind of like give her a rundown of what went down for the week?
Mhm.
Okay. And then whatever we type up for that system, I can reach out to I think it's Mark Vale who's in charge of the Granby Town Meeting. And then GCAM will have the statement too, and they can put it out on their sites too. That just has that advisement. Yes,
So, as you know, the board, the committee that you folks appointed, are obviously in favor. Is the board in favor of that?
am I in favor of renovating it for that amount? No, I am not.
And I'll be completely honest, I have not been for it since the beginning.
So, that's part of the problem, having a united front. We're working for you. We were appointed by the board to go out and do your work, the town's business. And to bring it this far and not be supported,
You just gave us the amount on February 24th of 2025, that it jumped from 5.7 to 15.4, to be fair.
a blame game. But if we're gonna do something for the town, and that we believe in it, then we should be united front. Now, if you're not for it, then what's the alternative?
We don't have an alternative right now. because we didn't charge the committee with an alternative.
In my humble opinion, the only other alternative you have is to tear it down and build on site. The other alternatives that have come up about acquiring the rented building or using the annex building or the Carnegie Hall, I don't believe you can use those. That they're not going to meet the public water supply issues. That's the reason why we abandoned Kellogg Hall. I was on that committee when we looked at renovating it, and the kicker was that even if we put the money in to renovate it, we weren't going to meet the water sewer separation requirements for public water. So I don't believe Carnegie Hall or the annex building will either once you use them to the full capacity. So I would think that those are off the table. What would be on the table is to raise the school, build new. And if you're not happy with the price that you're getting now, it's going to be a lot more to build new on that piece of property. That's the largest piece of property the town has that has a septic system and a water supply that has the correct separation. That's huge. Who manages that, Chris?
McClure Engineering.
So then what's our alternative at that point?
I think we need to look at other options, because if this doesn't pass on the ballot, which I can't imagine it will, because if you think about it, 20 to 25 years of paying this bond, we're going to be paying $29 million for this building after the 25 years. I did the math for the debt that was on that paper. I can't imagine people are going to say yes to that. That's going to tie us up. We don't know what's coming. We do not have a 5-year strategic plan for the town. So we have no idea what's coming down the pike for taxes and anything else. And people are scared. And I am one of them, because I do not want to outprice myself in a town that I just built a house in. So that's why I'm not for the project. I have a beautiful home. My husband built it for us. He went through everything, and I don't want to lose it because the taxes keep going up.
Fair enough. I get that piece of it. But what's the alternative? Where are we going to put our office?
Downsize the building, COA's here, smaller building just for town offices. And then in the future, if we want to add on, like you said, it's a beautiful property. It's big. Something we look at later on.
Well, it's not going to get any cheaper down the road. If you think
I understand that, but we don't have the money for it either right now.
Well, again, it's like buying a car. You bought the car for $30,000, but you know there's going to be interest on it by the time you're done paying for it.
Or a house. I agree.
$45,000.
Yeah.
That's all calculated into what we presented at the average of $300, whatever it came out to a household for the next 20 or 25 years, depending on what bond rate we went with.
So I actually liked the idea of, was it Jeremy LaPointe, thank you. Building a smaller building within our cost measures and starting with that. And then, yes, I agree, Jim. I understand construction wholly. I agree 100% that the costs never go down. But we're in the same situation with the abatement right now. If only half of that building gets approved, then we're still sitting on half of it that's unabated, which will go up also. I would be open to downsizing it, putting a new structure on that property, and then down the road, adding onto it.
So you raise it for 4 million, or I'm sorry, you raise it for 3 million.
Yep.
And you build something for 5 million. So it's 8 million.
How do we know it's going to be 5 million?
We don't.
We don't have prices on it yet.
So
I'm sorry, I thought that's what Jeremy said.
No, he said a 5,000 square foot building
And he
for
did
just town offices.
Yeah.
Did say 5 million.
He was
at one
probably
point.
looking at the 2018 study, which,
well, at 1,000 a square,
but those,
at 1,000 a square foot, if you went to it, roughly. If you went to it right away and got something going,
So your downside.
you're looking at 5 million.
The needs assessment done for other departments for their needs and their storage requirements. That's less than they have now.
Okay, well, then we'd have to research that then, I guess.
But we have the numbers. We did
Do we?
that work. for you.
Okay.
That's why, back in December of 23, we came to you and said, this is how much they want, 16,000 square feet. This is what they need, not what they want. And then we actually,
Yeah, we drilled it down.
We still have this building, which we own.
Again, Chris, is this on public water?
Yes,
Yes.
but we have an issue because our wellhead is located near the pond over there. And when that decides to flood, it comes very close to reaching the top of our well pipe. And 9 times out of 10, when during the wet season, when we have a lot of rain, we start getting coliform hits all the time. So yes, we do have water here. The only saving grace is we have public sewer here also. So we don't have to worry about separation of a septic from our wellhead. But again, that wellhead is just borrowed time because at some point, and we all hear, the groundwater is rising. That's an issue in the town of Granby. And at some point, that wellhead is not probably going to be compliant to DEP regulations.
Can you replace the wellhead? So it goes higher?
I would have to
Extend it.
defer to the engineering firm that oversees the water operations for us.
No, we go back, when did we take possession of this building?
2012.
Something
This was
like that.
supposed to be a temporary solution. Got it, July, oh, and here we are.
Aldrich. The senior center was Aldrich Hall, wasn't it?
Yeah, but then the municipal offices went into Aldrich Hall and ended up here because of
Temporary solution.
pestilence problem up there.
So if I may, the 2018 study that the Wilbraham architect did gave a couple of different options for how to get out of our problem and make room for municipal offices. And there was everything from knocking it down and putting these modulars of a certain size so you could avoid certain systems. The other was renovate, and they had those costs in 2018, which is grown. And the other was renovate only a portion, shave off the rest of the building, and hold off moving the senior center till sometime down the road where the taxpayers would maybe have the appetite to
Spend more.
take on more. Now, I personally at the meeting and at the public information, didn't like the idea that if we got to a bid stage and the potential contractor comes in high, there would be these electives that maybe in some windows wouldn't get replaced. And what if that was on the West Street face? It would look like East Germany and West Germany. So the part that we would be occupying now, senior and admin, would look good, but then there'd be this money tag. So I was wondering if we were limited in money, and that was part of the issue. If you guys had to make a choice on which scenario to write for the warrant. But Joe Fernier on the stage said, sometimes it might be nice if the taxpayers and the people you're going to authorize or appropriate and pay for could have a choice of options. And there were some suggestions, I'm not on Facebook, but someone read me what was on German television. And Gail DeMary spoke about if we abate and mothball half the building, could we raise money by renting it to private concerns and finding ways to help build cash and capital for a time when the town has a need after school program or more.
So she was saying, do the whole building and rent the other half out?
Yeah, but not fit out the other half, abate it and do the windows. Yeah, so
That's what we proposed.
Okay.
That upper half can be used for whatever the town wants to use it for, whether it's renting for businesses or so be it, absolutely.
It'll be clean shelf space.
Right. And we did discuss possibly the VA possibly doing something there at some point. So that was discussed.
So I think we are between a rock and a hard place, and I actually think it's unfair to say that they're not supporting of you. They've clarified that they got a mission, you guys got a mission as defined back in early 2023.
I'm sorry.
And they're taxpayers too. And I looked at the chart, when it was 8 million, I felt better than when it was 10 million. And I thought, we need it fixed. I don't want to see the building torn down. But we have a certain socioeconomic base in this town, and I think many of them are worried on their fixed incomes. I know some people who will be priced out. I don't know why they're hanging on. I would say they shouldn't be homeowners anymore. They should go into senior housing in some community. It's not Granby because we don't have enough, which is a shame that we don't have enough. But
There's no easy solution.
there is no.
No, there is.
Right, so something has to give.
So it's nice that these two, who can't be in favor of it, along with a bunch of other people who raised their hands, won't rescind the question from the ballot. I think that's fair enough. Let it go to the ballot.
Thank you. I will let it go to the ballot.
Yeah.
Let the people decide.
I understand that, but I'm just trying to focus on the alternative. I've been hashing this out, even throughout this project, what could we be doing differently? There's no easy solution. Now, if you want to scale it back somehow and pay for it later, well, fine. If you just want to move the administrative offices over there on that one wing and forget about the rest of the abatement, the windows, then
Would you still have to heat the other side and everything? Because that was very expensive this winter. I read on the warrants.
It was expensive, is what you said.
Yes.
Yes.
you would have to keep the space conditioned. You wouldn't have to
Right.
keep it in 69 degrees, but you would have to.
So the pipes don't freeze in the winter? Or could you close that off and winterize it for the winter?
Yeah, you never want to really winterize a building.
Okay.
Doesn't, especially if you have future plans for it, doesn't do anything.
Okay.
The expansion, contraction. all
Yeah.
that
Right.
stuff.
So I guess that was one of the options that we presented back in February.
It was option A, right?
It was
Or option C.
right? It was a C, it was municipal offices without the COA, but it was prepping the COA and the gym and the cafeteria very minimally for future renovations. And the discussion was, it was only $2 million less. And that you're
Correct.
never gonna build something for the seniors for $2 million down the road.
And I think we're also limited, Lynn, when we're looking at something that's already has infrastructure. So we're limited by working with what we have. So that might be one of the reasons why the costs are so expensive, is because we're trying to fix an old house. Like think of it that way. It costs more to fix an old house than if you just tear it down and rebuild. But a lot of people keep it because the infrastructure is good. And there's problems as you rip down a wall that you didn't know that were there, and now you got to fix that whole wall or something like that. So that's what I fear as well, because it happened to us. You get to a point, and I know it's brick, right? But you still got to worry about the basement and the high water table, and
That's one of my concerns is the high water table. So we do have a problem with hydrostatic pressure, which I'm sure Jeremy could attest to because he's in there cleaning water out of there all the time, or often enough that it's a nuisance.
And the architect was looking into that.
I realize they can mitigate it in ways, but has that already been figured in to that cost, or is it just the renovation? So,
Well,
so the mitigation
That's a
wasn't.
question.
well,
Yeah.
we
Oh,
don't-
I'm sorry.
we don't
Yeah.
necessarily know if it's not surface water coming in. That's one of the reasons they wanted to investigate, whether it's hydrostatic pressure
Okay,
or if it's, surface water coming in.
A drain problem.
okay,
There's a drain right in that courtyard.
okay.
Fair enough.
We were looking into that.
All
Either
right.
way,
It's not good either way.
it's not a major fix when you put some pumps in or
Agreed.
fix what's there on infrastructure. I wouldn't get that as a deal breaker for anything. There is some contingency in there for these types of things that
Okay.
was built into the budget.
Yeah.
I just, if we go down the path of tearing that building down, you're never bringing it back. And you've got a solid structure there with an abundance of space for future growth. If the town had deep pockets, I would say, okay, let's act like Long Meadow. We've got deep pockets and let's tear it down and build the Taj Mahal. We don't have that. The numbers that were presented from the previous committee, and I was more what the previous committee presented because I wasn't privy to all the details, but we were moving the town forward. But as it turned out, the two 5,000 or 7,000 square foot structures, they wouldn't be adequate today. We've grown.
But if you listen to the finance committee, we haven't grown. So how, what do you mean we've grown by how?
I would question that. He said back in the 40 years ago, we were at 6,000. That's not a true statement. This town was more like 3 to 4,000 population.
I seem to I tend to agree with Jim on that. I think those numbers are a little bit inflated. I seem to remember reading some of those numbers and I don't think they were at 6,000 back then. I do have to agree with that from what I remember.
This is another reason why we need to be, I'll put my planning board hat on. They need to be more supportive of business in this town.
I don't disagree with that at all. I don't, but that's another bridge to cross with the infrastructure of water and sewer.
Well, you're right, but there's different types of businesses that aren't as dependent on that, like Dollar General.
Okay.
No sewer, no water, it's all private.
Mm-hmm.
But those types of businesses that pay the same rate whether they have it or not, are contributing to our
Sure.
our base.
Which is why I questioned what I found out was the DCR property, the old police station that's, rotting away.
It has water in the basement.
It does, but at least you're on a hill there. You could, again, mitigate water, as we know. It'd be nice to use that property, but we can't. So,
So I definitely agree, bring it to the ballot, but the mass,
Mhm.
The masses show up hopefully and vote. In the meantime, I think our committee is gonna try and educate the population, have some more meetings. And then we're a branch of you. If you want us to take another look at how we can,
I would say minimize it, even past option C if you can, see what other prices you can get. Because as soon as they see the big numbers, it's not gonna pass.
So what did John Libero say towards the end when he said it was even a? I asked for what the options were because I did not come to a meeting to hear them. And the warrant was based on you guys giving them advice to go with the most comprehensive and see
Yeah.
how it floats. But John Libero said there was one that would only require another 5 million, of which the finance committee would have cobbled together another 2 out of the 2 funds, stabilization and capital projects. So taxpayers would only be asked to consider funding 3 million. And I think he said it was like bare bones, it was just the offices, no COA, but what did he say about the finishes or something?
So,
It would be open rooms.
Open rooms, okay.
Right, so it is the bare bone renovation for municipal offices only. So those big classrooms would pretty much be, it would be
Partitions.
painted, it would be abated. But There's no privacy, which is one of the main issues that every department head has. We need, right? But that was municipal offices only and abatement of the cafeteria, gym, and COA rooms that we intended on using. So just getting them cleaned up for the future. Without abating the whole building, which is something we added on February 25th.
Yeah.
Yes, when we met, because we gave two different scenarios. That total ask for the town was 10,600, 10 million, 10.6 about.
That's what it.
Then you
that's
take
what
away
it
the
is.
5 million that we already had.
I need to put
And then you
two.
take away the 2 million that
Right.
you follow stabilization,
Yeah.
which brings it to an ask of almost 3 million. Which would bring, I don't know, the average homeowner's tax, I think John said,
It was small,
$700 a year, I'm not really
But
sure
it doesn't-
how they came up with that.
but it doesn't fulfill the privacy need of the function.
It doesn't
So-
fulfill the needs assessments that we went through.
Yeah.
So it's a give and take.
Yeah.
So then there's that second level. The needs, the value engineering that was done, which was a little more. 2 million more than that.
It's value engineering.
Value
Oh,
engineering.
value engineering.
Less renovation,
Got it.
using less expensive alternatives.
Got it. Okay.
Um, But- So that's doing just that portion of building and not abating the upstairs part for future renovation. But then the select board had made a decision that night, after we talked to them, to do the 1.3 million abatement for the whole building, because it made sense to not kick the can down the road. Let's start the process now.
And that was all windows
Yeah.
and doors.
And that's the windows and the doors, yeah.
And I still agree with that because I know that it will go up in cost no matter what.
You-
So
It's just on.
to abate the whole thing, even if we don't use the whole building to
Right.
abate.
But you don't agree with doing it at all, so.
He doesn't agree
Well,
with the
price.
I don't, yeah, what we have right now. I may agree with something differently. If,
Well, you gotta give us a charge here. What you think is gonna be palatable to the town. I would rather say, cut the project in half. Then that's your alternative. I don't see any other alternative with buildings in this town.
okay, so I think that what Lynn just proposed, us being on the hook as taxes, taxpayers on the hook for that money, if it were closer to 3 to 4 million, I think it would be more feasible and easier for people to swallow. Now, you talk about privacy, you need the privacy. Well, if we want transparency, as we talk about all the time, then why do we have to hide in rooms?
Well, that's.
Explain, no, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Everybody was talking, so can you explain that to me? Transparency is pros.
They were talking privacy, like the town clerk needs to talk to somebody about something private, or the
Okay,
assessors, or, somebody.
Okay.
Something.
so what if we left the major part of it as an open floor plan and had a couple of smaller conference rooms that people could go into to have those private conversations?
Because right now, when you go in, everyone hears your conversation with whoever you're talking to. So you don't have any privacy right now.
And that's like the assessor.
Those,
Yeah.
those rooms, if you went that route, could even be soundproofed. So before the finishes go on the framing, they could be soundproofed, so you know that nobody is listening to your conversations.
So without getting into the weeds too much.
Mhm.
If we were to come back with another proposal, you're charging us with that. I'm all on board to help the town, but I'm not on board to come back and not have this board support it. It's gotta be a united front, and let's just say let's just leave it at that. If we're gonna present something to the town, and we all have to believe it's the best solution. And if the town doesn't want to spend, if you're telling me the town, even with this, the next, at the ballot, that they're not gonna support it, then this school is the only answer I see. And if it means shrinking the project until the $3 or $4 or $5 million is caught up, then we go on to something else, you know, another section of the building, then fine. I'm okay with that.
As would I be. If we saved that much money up front, I think I could be on board with it. But I'd have to see it. And again, I want the people to decide that. I don't want to be the one to decide that.
And would we be able to do two options? One where you're downsizing and you're keeping the building, and one where the building's knocked down and it's just the minimal. You're giving them the minimum of a 5,000 square foot building. Doesn't have to be brick, but if we raise it, because that's the other option that people wanted at the town meeting or the special town meeting. They said, well, if we build a 5,000 square foot building and we put the offices in there, what would that cost? So, I mean, we have a rough estimate, if we go with the rough estimate, right, which was 5 million.
I'm still kind of confused at how it could be 5,000 square feet when 2018, 6-7 years ago, the architect at that point said, build 2 6,500 square feet, one for municipal offices and one for senior center.
Mhm.
And the only reason why it was those sizes was so they could not have to put a sprinkler system in and save money.
Was it
That doesn't
65 or
work.
7? I thought it was 7,000 square feet. It was 2.7. Oh, they changed the code? Okay.
So, and when we came originally way back in August,
Okay.
or whenever we came first time, that was no longer the case. When we talked to, the original architect and the fire inspector, we couldn't build that for what they could have built. Water under the bridge, right? So now here we are with the old building, and 6,500 wouldn't be enough. I don't think.
Because they need storage, right?
They need storage, they need space. They can't do that. I mean,
I
believe
think-
me, there were departments that came in and said, we want this much space. And we said, you're not getting that
Yeah.
much space.
Right, we all have to be reasonable.
Right.
Well,
Right.
and the engineer was pretty good about that too. He sat there and said, okay, but you have 2 people in your office right now, but plan on maybe 3 somewhere down the road. So just another couple outlets and a computer port or something and
Sure.
enough room to do it. There, that's your square
Put
foot.
another desk in. Yeah.
So he really did a great evaluation with each department head as they went.
And they looked at best practices on other communities, so of
Okay.
similar size what they needed. So it wasn't like we were just randomly cutting. It was
And
negotiated.
then what was the amount that they said?
All right.
What was the minimum amount that you said? That he estimated that with all of them that they would need?
6,500 for 2 buildings?
Well, no, no,
That
no.
was the 2018.
Asking for their assessment once they ran it for all the town
Oh,
offices.
currently.
I thought it was 17,000, but, I'd have to look that up. I
It
don't
could be, because that, I think it was, that's where they said, well, if you not want that, then we'll do 22,000. That's the way the building laid. That was gonna be.
So that's one of those issues where, so we thought it would be 17,000 square feet, but we have 22,000 square feet
Okay.
there. If you want to cut back go back to 30%, then you're gonna build a wall. And you're gonna have to move things, and now you're negating the money you're saving by making it smaller. So we are using the existing structure of the building because we're limited in money. You could cut that building up all you want, but now we're spending money to change the layout. So I guess the whole reason why we're sitting here, because we don't know what our committee's doing anymore.
So I hope we're trying to help, we're trying to help. I hope we're getting somewhere. I think we need to start with going back to the open floor plan, as I suggested. Put a
So
couple
going
of-
back to option C.
And put a couple of conference rooms in for people to, or take one of the classrooms maybe and divide it.
I don't remember what option C looked like.
I don't.
I don't remember.
I don't have that paper on me.
It just was more, he said at town
It's cut.
meeting, the architect said it'd be open spaces, less finish, really no finishes, but, getting it up to code, getting electrical, getting all that stuff up to code. But I'm not clear on whether or not you want to abate the whole building. So there's a big difference here.
Option C was
Option C,
to abate half of it, correct?
There's
If
two
I
options.
remember.
There's option C with only abating the 22,000 square feet.
Yeah.
The total ask for the town,
And then-
the very last ask would be 3 million. Versus if you do just the 22,000 square feet and abate the whole building, the total ask is 4.1 million, or 4.2 million. So it's an additional 1.3 million to abate the whole building.
That's including windows, doors, getting the PCBs out of there.
Yep.
And even that 1.2 million number, he said, that was all glass on the other side where we could put some panels. Panels are like 30% cheaper,
Sure.
but they would design it so it doesn't
Look odd.
look odd.
Right.
But I guess this all, if this were going on the ballot on May 19th, people have to know what they're voting for.
Agreed.
How much money is being spent. So.
I'm sorry.
We're running out of time. There's not a lot of time. I'm sure on Tuesday, we could speak to the architect and say, okay, let's go back to option C,
Mm-hmm.
but then we only have 3 weeks to get that out there. Scrap everything you've seen, people. It looks like this now. This is what you're voting on. And now you can,
But people are gonna be paying attention now then. After that special town meeting and the confusion that occurred, people are gonna be paying attention.
and you might have people that are upset that you changed it. I don't know which way to go.
I know.
That's why you guys get paid the big bucks.
Um,
And
we're
then there's that middle option, which is a little more,
Yeah.
Not the high, not the bare minimum, but the just right. And that was 6.2 million versus 4.9 million.
and I know when we originally talked about this, we were told that it's not wise to put more than one choice in a warrant. And people wanted the choices at special town meeting.
That's what that's what.
So I think if we
discussed,
had those options at the special town meeting, I think it would have went in a different direction possibly. If we started off with option A and then said, okay, that failed. Option B, okay, that failed. Now we're down to option C.
And the thing about that is you could have done that through amendments,
But
but
hindsight, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
However you do it, it's very confusing for people.
I
They
know.
don't understand how television works and
Yes. I'm wondering if, since you guys already have your option A, option B, and option C, if there's some way that we can get it out there, whether it's on the town website, and say on May 19th, you would be voting for this project. The option will be determined at the special town meeting on June 9th. Is that a possibility so that people can look and say, okay, I don't want A, or, but I want B or C, so I'm gonna vote yes, and then we'll figure it out at town meeting. Is
You
that
have to be really
something?
clear on what each option, what amount, how your taxes are gonna be increased. People aren't gonna
Okay.
go to a debt exclusion vote not wanting to know how much. So you
Okay.
have to give them several charts. This is.
Before the May 19th? Because they're not appropriating money.
No, but
Okay.
I'm not gonna say yes to something. I don't know how much money my taxes are gonna go up. Right? So the whole thing on May 19th is people are coming out to say, I agree for the debt exclusion. I'll let my taxes go up $200 a year, just give or take, for the next 20 years. If that 200, is it gonna be 200? Is it gonna be 150? Is it gonna be 95?
Yeah.
Maybe you say anywhere between 95 and 200. There's
Right.
just a lot of education that has to be done.
Yeah.
And Chris, I don't think, as Crystal's suggesting, how do you bring to town meetings some options?
It'd have to be, either you do it like you said, for amendment, or it would have to be individual articles. Article 1 fails. at
That's what I was
option
thinking, is
A,
individual
Then
articles.
you go Article 2 at option B, and then you go Article 3 at option C.
And you only have to go to 2 or 3 if one fails.
And you
and
have
if
to
2
draw
fails.
2 and 3.
Yeah.
keep in mind too, we're into this,
Yeah, we're in,
we're into it pretty deep already with time-wise.
Mhm.
I'm not talking about committee timeline, but time-wise with our OPM and architect.
Yeah.
Got the design, we're ready to hit the ground.
the bidding is
So
the documents are prepared to go out in a couple weeks.
we're that close to it, to stop this and scrap it. It's not just a waste of time, it's a waste of resources, money. If you can't get behind the whole nut, then you gotta give us some direction and tell us. We'll spend up to 12 million. What was our vote? Give us some sort of a figure that we can,
Well, what's already been appropriated is no longer appropriated. It's been put into a.
3 million of it has been put.
3 million of the 5 million is now gone into a demolition fund bucket. So.
Which it just means that at annual town meeting, we have to reappropriate it if that's the route that we go. So
Yeah,
like Steve said, it's just moving it from bucket to bucket, really. But I think because 259 voters said no to the whole project, I think B or C is our options. I don't think A is an option. So I think C is probably the best option. I think that's gonna be the most palatable for people in this town at this time, especially with not having a strategic plan and not knowing where we stand in 5 years. We don't know when bonds are coming off. We don't know when debt is leaving. We don't have a document on our town website that says that. We don't have a plan. And I think that's where I struggle with making these long-term 20, 25-year decisions. And so the least expensive is probably going to be the most palatable.
with an ad of 1.2 million of the whole building.
What do you mean with an
To
ad?
abate.
Oh, to abate. Okay, so option C with 1.2 to abate is what you're saying? Or option C with,
I guess I'm saying option C.
Yeah.
without abatement, and if the number comes in lower than what we anticipate, you add in add-ins. Or Chris
Okay.
would do deductions.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, starts,
Is the 1.3 million to abate the whole building, is it gonna be in or out of what we're gonna discuss on Tuesday night with our architect? Is the question I have. How do you want us to bring it forward?
If you left it up to me, I would say in, get it done. I would say in, get it done.
Okay,
did you?
And we'll see where those numbers are.
And you guys, oh, sorry.
And then the people will decide either way.
And you guys put in for, No.
Also, amending the warrant article to say we don't want to do the other.
yeah, so if,
and I would suggest that sitting up there, you guys will read the tenor of the room, and if you're seeing that it's not gonna fly, then
Make
make
an
the amendment to
amendment.
pull 1.3 out.
Mhm.
See if that flies, and then go from there. Cause I can't rely on someone in the audience to understand
what that means.
these numbers.
Sure. I can agree to that. Go to option C and then it can be discussed to have those couple of conference rooms for privacy. And if it's an open floor plan where you have, whether it's, we get office furniture and dividers, then everybody is separated a little bit that way, and then they can have their privacy in a couple of rooms, if that could be figured out.
So you want option C, not option B.
Option C, and then discuss adding in just those two rooms, take a portion of the space and
He might already have that. I don't remember what the option C's look like.
I think you had a couple of
You had conference rooms, it just was
Okay.
a much less finished design.
I'm okay with that. I don't need the Taj Mahal. Office buildings,
You can have
um,
one with the Taj Mahal.
well, I know, but to Jim's point, it's, office buildings, from what I've seen before I actually left the trade and went to work for the city of Chicopee, we're going to that kind of open floor plan. Yankee Candle was one of them. That 4-story building in Deerfield, they took all the offices out except for the CEOs, the VPs, things of that nature. And it was a complete open floor plan with the dividers and desks. So a lot of them are going to that direction now. So I am open to that.
And leaving COA here is what.
Leave COA here.
Yeah, until we have more
Yeah,
money,
yeah.
'cause we're not gonna get him there for, option B was getting him there, right? But it was a
It
minimum.
was getting in there, it was the less renovation using, if I, less expensive alternatives. So still bringing everything up to code,
And how much one was that one, Lynn, with abatement of the
Option
building
B.
as well?
option D with the full abatement. You want the town total ask or what it costs totally?
Total cost.
Total cost would be 13.936,000. And then when you subtract the 5.6 million that we already got from the town, minus the 2 million that came out of stabilization, the total ask would be $6,249,361. I don't know how that affects your taxes. I know that, I know that
Probably cut him in half if the 8 million bond was,
let's see, so the average house is 350, Mary?
that's the median.
I'm sorry, thank you. The median is 350. If we were getting 10 million, you'd be 198 for 25 years. I'm sorry, 8 million. If you're asking the town for 8 million, it was $198.74 for 25 years.
But the average household is gonna be paying, because the average is 407, the average household will be paying 255.52 at least.
A little.
Yeah.
The average household is how much?
Well, 407, so maybe a little bit less than the 255.
So, somewhere between 198 and 255. Yep, annually.
So if we cut that in half for the 6 million,
Well,
It's
not
100.
half, because this is an 8 million.
right, and so this is this, well, you just told me it would be $6,249,361 if we take off the 5.6 and we take off the 2 of option B.
Option B is, yes.
Yes,
So
So-
option B, taking everything out before you bond, would be 6.2 million.
yes,
Okay,
yeah. So what I'm saying is if we take this and put 6 million there instead of the 8,
yep,
it's half of the cost of what's on here,
About 3/4.
not half.
3/4.
Yeah. What is half would be option C.
And what was the total for option C with the full abatement?
So option C, full abatement, municipal offices only. 11,886,000. And then you subtract the 5.6 and the 2 million, and the total ask comes down to $4,199. I'm sorry. $4,199,361.
Okay.
So those are the two. And that's what kind of brings the 8 million in half. That's what John was talking about even less. John was talking about no abatement. No extra abatement.
Oh, John LeBear?
But
Okay.
we had not spoken with the finance committee. They haven't come to any of our meetings, so
He was just going off the informational meeting or something,
I don't know what he.
or the numbers.
He personally came.
Came to the
that.
informational meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what the other members were looking at.
That public windows too.
This
Yes.
includes other windows, added additional.
So now you've got larger shelf space. Down the road, the first thing you would have to do is sprinkle the building,
Mhm.
the shelf space. Then you can piecemeal different sections as you feel you can afford to.
Agreed. And do we have to sprinkle the whole building though? We have to sprinkle the whole building because we're
Because of the square footage.
in this race. Well, because
Well,
we're,
We have to prepare, no, this is prepare.
Wouldn't we all sprinkle?
so they would,
Can't
Okay.
occupy
We
units.
cannot.
can't occupy it, right? But does that also mean we can't use it for storage?
No, we can use it for storage because it's going to be, right? Can't use it for storage?
I thought we
That's-
could, I thought the fire
I
chief,
said no.
I thought the fire chief said as long as we had heat sensors.
As long as it's-
Smoke detectors and,
Yes,
okay,
as long as the alarm. Okay.
Yeah.
On that.
for safety, life safety has to be in place.
So I think for simplicity, for the May 19th, option C with full abatement, or option C with full abatement. And then when it comes to the town meeting, we can start off with option B and see if they want the COA there or not. And then go to option C on the warrant. Or do you want to do it the opposite way?
No, not the ballot.
We gotta start with the ballot. What are we gonna say on the ballot, what we're asking for?
You don't ask for a dollar.
Well, you can't put it on the ballot. You can just say yes or no. So like Lynn said, we have to educate them ahead of time.
Read your ballot question.
Yeah.
You didn't, I have it from yesterday. Hold on. I do have it from yesterday.
Your ballot question says,
Was that the one?
shall the town of Granby be allowed to exempt from the provisions of Proposition 2 1/2, so-called, the amounts required to pay for the bonds issued in order to pay for the abatement of hazardous materials and the renovation of the plus or minus 44,000 square foot West Street building into plus or minus 22,000 square feet of municipal offices and
And
seniors,
So we would have to
including the
decide
payment
if
of
we're
all
not.
costs incidental and related thereto.
So we have to decide if we're taking senior center off.
Off the ballot?
It would have to come off
Option.
of,
Option
Here.
B takes it off.
because option C takes it off. Because there's no COA in option C.
But again, if you don't put the senior center on it, then you can't do option B. Because you're only talking about municipal offices.
Can't bring option B to special town meeting if it's not at.
If it's not being funded.
So option B is the town offices with the COA.
So option A and option B would work with the ballot.
But
Option C would not. So you go to ballot with option B at this point, and then you go to town meeting.
And if B fails,
If B fails, you'll offer option C. And I don't know what you do. You go back to ballot? I don't know.
I don't think you'd be able to, because now they haven't addressed just municipal buildings. The electorate hasn't addressed
Right.
just
oh
municipal
my
buildings.
gosh. I know, it's just a pain,
Twist,
but
it's-
what about if, so question, Chris, for you now, can we put 2 yes or no's on there?
That's up to you.
Can we do one for,
That's up to you.
I think we should do one for town offices and COA and one for just town offices and see what they want.
But again.
You can't because the ballot.
Well, no,
is-
I can add it to the ballot.
We can
Is-
add it.
So we get rid of both at that ballot.
The
Or we
question
take care of
becomes
both, I
is
should say.
this. Are you gonna abate hazardous materials on the 44,000 square feet? And then are you gonna be renovating 22,000 square feet? Or even under option B, or are you gonna be doing 17,000 that I've heard? What are we doing for square footages? Or do I take the square footages out?
It's always 22,000. Oh,
No, I think option C was 17, right?
Yeah,
think
Jen
option
mentioned
C was
17.
you're still prepping the COA, the gym and the
Okay.
cafeteria. You're just not moving people in there because it's not move ready, but it's renovation.
But are you renovating the full 44,000 square foot building?
You're renovating
You're
22 on option B.
And
Dating 44,000 square feet, renovating 22,000.
On option B
and option C.
And option.
and C.
Because C, even though the COA isn't there, it's prepped for the COA to come future by abating it.
Okay.
And putting the windows and
And
kitchen.
it's move-in ready. Move-in ready after some,
Shells.
yeah, shut space. Yeah.
And again, just let me give you the number without full abatement. I know you want full abatement, and I agree. However, let me give you the
It's
number.
not only up to me though.
I have the numbers for that. If you don't fully abate option B, you're asking the town for 4,973. 361. So that's the bottom line, that's not, okay. For option C, the total ask to the town without full abatement would be 2923361.
And that's like you said, after the 5.6 and the 2 come off. Okay.
That's the bottom line. So it would be up to whatever you choose. You'd have to explain to town meeting why you chose what you chose. We chose 4.9 million, no abatement of the whole building because that's what we thought you wanted.
Yeah, that's what we thought would,
Would get us new offices. Right, would more affordable and it would get us the offices.
Versus, but if you want to think about the future and not kick the can down the road, can you afford 6.2 million?
Right.
Because the 7 million and the 8 million are option A.
Knowing that it's not going to get any less expensive. And what if, I'm thinking, okay, we talk about a 5-year plan down the road. What if the COA is here for 5 years? If that abatement is not done, so we have it move in ready, essentially, then it could be $3 million for half of that building. So I understand the realistic end of that. So that's why I would be for full abatement.
Don't forget,
To have it shelf space.
Right.
but don't forget, either any of these options, the senior areas will be abated.
Correct. Yep. Yep. That's what I would prefer, full abatement.
No, that's different than full abatement.
yeah.
So,
The se-
The
I'm sorry.
22,000 square feet are
22,000.
part of, the COA is part of that.
Yes.
And that's no matter what is getting abated in every option.
right, it's just that the rest of the building to use for future, for whoever wants it, whether you have people come in and do a business, or you say to the senior center, hey, this part can be yours, I don't know.
Right. So then there would be abatement on
Yeah.
that side. Unless the town agrees, unless they want to go with the other option and put the extra money in.
So
We're back to figuring out what we're gonna put on the ballot. So the abatement in hazardous materials, pay for the abatement of hazardous materials and renovation of 20 plus or minus 22,000 square feet. Because both option C and option B do that, because we don't want to put the full abatement on here, right? Or you want the
Correct.
full abatement, okay. And then into
Full
West
abatement.
Street Building into plus or minus 22 square feet.
Chief, you'd just like to see the full abatement through the whole building?
Honestly, I
And you want-
think the way that read, it's like, okay, we're gonna abate the whole building and then and renovate plus or minus 22,000 square feet. I thought that's how I understood it. But I just think.
Like Chris says, it does,
Plan for the future, right? Well, that's where I was leaning, but
like Chris said, though, it does say abate of hazardous materials and renovation of plus or minus 44,000. So we might have to separate that to say abatement of hazardous materials of the plus or minus 44,000 square feet and renovation of the plus or minus 22,000 square feet. So that we're clear on what we're renovating. Because right now it looks like we're doing both to the 44,000 square feet.
And that would take away offices in the senior center and just say municipal space.
Okay.
But keep in mind, whatever isn't abated cannot be used for storage.
right,
Okay.
because we won't be able to enter the space. It'll be sealed.
Right, but we have it on here being fully abated,
Correct.
just only renovating the 22,000 square feet.
Right.
So if you amend it that way, then you can go with option B or C, because you're
Right.
specifying municipal office and senior center. It's just municipal space, generic term.
Okay.
And then we can explain, if it passes the ballot box at the special town meeting, what that means.
You would
Here's
explain,
option.
you would explain when you are presenting Article 1 and Article 2.
Right.
At different figures.
And you want the committee to do both option B and option C with the full abatements? For
Yeah.
the town meeting?
I'm in for the full abatement, so I think we still need to give the people options. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
I think that
So
would
if we
be-
take A off the plate and we give them B and C, maybe we're gonna get a little closer to getting something done. I hope.
Because we plan on having more informational meetings, if it's okay. with you.
Yeah. no, I think
Absolutely.
That's a great idea.
So I
Absolutely.
just,
More intimate meetings where we can actually sit and walk through plans rather than
A big meeting like
a
that.
meeting. Have several of them so that we can, especially with some of the naysayers that aren't in favor of anything.
Yeah.
Try and convince them why this is your only alternative now. We're down to.
Right.
Bare bones.
And, Lynn, I also want to remind them, you guys did put in for the grant. So we don't know when we're gonna, no?
we did put in for.
Oh,
the grant.
okay.
No, we did,
Yeah.
but we need an appropriation to get the grant.
I was gonna say, most of them you have to be shovel ready, appropriated and everything, yeah.
I don't know right now if you want to keep on pursuing that, because if you can't get appropriation for the building.
Yep.
You have to ask, I mean, let's say it's $1 million to do the commercial kitchen, you have to get that appropriation. And we also have, we have a one-stop application in, we have been told that we probably will not be eligible. That doesn't mean we're not,
Right,
that means we need to sit down and talk with them to find out how we update that to make us eligible.
okay.
It just might be the way it was written.
They're looking for ADA information.
Okay.
As far as the commercial kitchen goes, if we're not doing the COA,
Leave the kitchen out for now.
Was the kitchen part of B and C?
No,
Okay, I didn't think it was. Okay.
Well, if the COA,
well, I'm talking as far as.
if this goes, part of B B would have a kitchen
kitchen
like
like
the
this.
COA has.
well, so would A, so would A would
A's
have.
out. So
Right,
it's-
but
C-
A and B have a kitchen that, a warming, heating, cooling, bake,
Replicating pretty much.
whatever they have here,
Okay.
just, newer, or whatever over there.
So they
C
still wouldn't be,
C wouldn't have that.
so they still wouldn't be able to cook though?
Yes.
It would be a kitchen
Okay.
like they have here, but not a commercial grade kitchen with, like, if we.
With the hood and dryers and that.
Okay.
No, C would not have a kitchen. C has abatement of cafeteria, gym, and COA rooms only. So you're walking by rooms that you're not gonna be using. And you're walking by a kitchen that's not being
What
used.
it's saying is if the COA goes down there, they're going to have a kitchen.
Oh, that means the COA goes down.
Which is option B.
If the COA moves.
Yeah.
They will have the
Kitchen.
kitchen like they have.
Yes,
And that's something that could be upgraded down the
Yeah.
road
yes,
also.
yes.
I realize it's more money again down the road, but we might be in a better position at that point.
And
But grants too?
And grants.
The grants is really sitting there, some of the grants will even help us pay for the sign, depending on how it's written and what you're.
When I think, like Lynn said, once we get started and there's money appropriated to the project, then you can start going for the grants
I
that are
think
out
we
there.
have many grants to look at, but we can't look at them until
We have money.
we have a project.
Yeah.
There's an ADA grant out there.
We have an ADA one that's due in May, but
Yeah.
we're stopped right now.
Yeah.
So what would you like us to educate the public on? B and C, B with the potential of C?
Yes,
I think so, yes.
with
and-
full abatement for both.
With full abatement. And this is your option because, or these are your options because we don't have the Carnegie to use. Like, that's the second half that people are asking questions. Well, what if we don't do this? Where are we going? And that's what our committee can't discuss.
Right. And the Carnegie Hall, if we ever had to use it, I hate to say it because Jim's right, this was supposed to be temporary. It's supposed to be temporary, right? You're supposed to have another building that you're going to. And Chris had talked to us about it last time, and it's just not big enough for everyone to go there. So that's not an option. We can't fit. Because I had asked Chris, we can't fit the assessors there. We can't just fit the tax collector or the tax collector, the clerk or the board of health. And that's who's at the annex right now. We can't fit them in that building. So that's not an option because we can't fit them.
meeting space for planning, conservation.
right, then you guys would lose that space as well. And then the annex, we haven't negotiated a contract for an extension yet. It's in the process of being negotiated, but we haven't negotiated it yet.
But the point being, sure, you negotiate a contract, you stay in the annex until West Street is renovated enough to put those people in
Yeah.
there. But if you don't renovate West Street and you get rid of it.
Yeah.
What are we gonna do? The people are in the annex for a negotiated amount of time.
And I think, Lynn, what would help also move this project along is if we tell them how much we've spent so far on it. Because like you said, the OPM and the
No one asked that
architect.
last night, but
Yeah, but how much have we paid them already? So how much are we already
we
into
paid
it?
our architects, well, we haven't paid the last bill, but it's gonna be a total of $300,000. But give or less that we've spent, yes, that we've been billed. And
But the contract is for more.
oh yeah, the contract,
But if you look at
the
the,
contracts both say you don't have to,
but the rescission clause
So is there any
in it
yeah.
states that you would have to pay them for any work done as of the date of rescission.
So if we end it tomorrow, it would be probably $300,000 that we spent on an OPM and an architect. Actually, I have to- we spent about 31,000 on the oil tank and total almost 300,000 total between the oil tank, OPM, and designer fees.
And we probably should remind people that we still owe roughly 100,000 on the roof.
160,000.
I was gonna
Okay,
say
so-
they said that several times.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
on Tuesday.
that would be a shame to throw that away also.
Start this process from scratch.
I understand completely.
It's,
I completely understand.
it's time, and money, and
Hmm.
everything escalates. But how long have we been on this?
It's August
December.
23, maybe 22, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was 23, and then December, we gave you guys the charge,
In
because we had to
December
make
23,
the,
You gave us the charge.
yeah, because we had to
And then
make
we
the
came back
committee.
in February of 24 with all the options.
25.
So my point is, the time spent doing all this, everything is escalating on us.
Yeah,
So another 3 years or 2 years to come up with something different, you're gonna be sitting in the same position but less for more.
Sure, I don't disagree with that.
so Chris,
So let's find an option that'll work. I think that's where we are. Let's try to satisfy everybody and I hope that it happens. But again, I can't speak for the people.
No, we can't speak for
Can't
the,
either, but it's,
and we have to get the finance committee to understand this too.
well,
That might not happen, but
no, but we need to make an attempt to let them understand what we're doing now.
okay. So they're,
The united front is gonna make the taxpayers feel a lot better. We're all on the same page as far as not just the cost, but it's our only alternative.
Chris, do you need us to write this so that we'll read as you want it on the, or as we want it on the ballot and sign it for tonight?
No, you can't sign it. tonight.
Okay.
We're
So-
meeting on the 15th anyways.
20, well,
No,
Yeah,
we're
the
meeting on the
15th.
15th. We have a executive session on the 15th.
oh, right, I'm sorry, yeah.
Okay, so
Correct,
what we
yes.
should do is just put this on for signature only, no discussion.
Okay.
Unless we want to talk with Glenn, but no public discussion.
We won't come.
But with the changes that we made tonight? Okay. I think that would be the best. And then, Glenn,
And I
maybe-
just want to think about the wording a little more.
Yeah.
Too,
okay.
to be clear.
And that will still get, she said she has till April 17th, so we still have some time. Okay,
It's 2 days before,
yeah,
so.
okay.
I'll agree to that.
So option B with full abatement. And then the backup, option C with full abatement.
Yeah, and then you guys will draft the ballot to make it work,
Yes,
Correct.
and we'll try to get information out. And you guys will get information out.
Yeah.
With
And it might be a joint meeting with, finance. You wanna be involved in that? You want us to deal with it, or?
Yeah, I'll be involved with that meeting,
Yeah, I'm
absolutely.
willing to sit in on
Yeah.
that also.
We'll have to post it for all of us, right, if we all show up, but I think it would be beneficial for us all to sit down at the same table and figure out where everyone's at.
So what we'll do is we'll meet on Tuesday to chart what we're doing next, the next 3
Okay.
weeks. And we'll figure out a date that we can all meet and then invite you guys.
Very
Okay.
good. Sounds like a
And
plan.
I know he's on vacation April break.
What's that?
21 to, well, yeah.
21
20 to 25.
Yeah,
Well, then you'll have to zoom in.
I can do that.
No, I'm kidding.
I can do that. If
and
you
then our
want me
next
to, I
meeting
will.
was the 29th because I think someone had something going on the 28th, right?
I
That
think
was,
Glenn couldn't make it.
Okay,
Glenn couldn't make it on
Okay.
that day,
We
right?
might have to, actually, it might have to be that week because we're already there.
yeah,
Let me know. I'll bring the laptop
As
and.
long
do what I
as
have to
we
do.
have the select board.
As long as there's someone representing the board.
Yeah.
Would make me feel a lot better.
Okay.
I'm here April break, so whenever you guys decide to do it, because you're meeting on Tuesday, the 15th, so whenever you guys decide to do it, just send me. None of my kids are in sports, so spring is a little easier.
All right.
Thank you.
For that, Marty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think that's what Chris imagined.
I know.
Well, we're already running an hour and a half behind.
But you know what? We got some good business done.
In your opinion.
All right, police chief, you're first. Budget time. Unless, Chris, did you have anything you wanted to go over before now? Okay.
Well, actually, no, the only other thing we have there is a document there that the chair needs to sign telling the state that Thomas Quinlan Jr. is now our building commissioner. Okay. And he has been duly appointed into that position.
And you need a vote for me to do it?
The only chair has to sign it, yes.
I will make a motion to sign the building official certificate
For me.
for Crystal to sign as chair, for Thomas Quinlan to officially be our building inspector, commissioner.
Commissioner, yes.
I will second that motion. Any further discussion?
No discussion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We got a huge packet on Tuesday night, so just give me 1 minute to find yours.
I think he should have been on 5 pages underneath those little ones.
Okay. There it is, Granby Police Department.
Did you have a chance to read, excuse me, my little letter to about discussing it?
I did.
Okay.
The 3%, yeah.
Yeah. So, if in the past we've gone along line by line, Dave, I don't know if you want me to do it that way, or you would want to just, is there any questions you guys have on it?
I don't think Dave's been part of the budget.
Right,
yet.
no, exactly. Okay, so,
So,
line by line, we have the salary, which is mine. That's contractual. The wages are also contractual. That does reflect one officer getting a step raise.
yep,
Part-time, you'll see that we've probably dropped up just a little over $15,000. We're down to 2 part-time officers. And with that, what I did was I took the average those 2 particular officers have worked over the last 3 years and came up with that figure.
okay,
Overtime, I took an average. I calculated out where I think we're going to be through the rest of the year, and I took that plus the 2 years prior what we actually spent, and that averaged and divided it by 3, and I came up with that figure for the overtime. The incentive pay is contractual. That is what they used to call the Quinn bill.
yep,
And that looks like it did drop a couple. I have one officer that is getting a degree. I had one that had a master's that resigned.
okay,
Longevity, again, that is a contractual thing
Yep.
that the officers get. PAT incentive, that number hasn't changed. That did change because we have dropped a part-timer and increased a full-timer.
Okay.
So that's why that dropped the 550. The on-call stipend is $1,500. The sergeants get a $750 a year to be on call every third week.
All right.
The technical training stipend, again, that number dropped down by 400 because one of those officers last year went from part-time to full-time, so that's why we're down.
Okay.
That used to have 3 part-timers built in there. The merit pay, again, that's the potential if the part-timers work 84 shifts, they get a $500 stipend by contract.
Mhm.
Again, because we're down to 2 part-timers, I dropped that number down. Repair and maintenance on the cruisers, I just added 3% to that.
Mhm.
The maintenance agreement is a 5-year deal we did with the tasers, and that doesn't change. That's the number for 5 years.
Okay.
Criminalistic services, that is a whole list of investigative stuff that includes a membership to the New England Investigative Services. That also includes our email, our Comcast for internet, some investigative tools, one being Celebrate and one being LexisNexis, which is does background checks and helps us establish relationships. Sometimes if we're trying to find whether it's an investigative to look at who's related to who for trying to find somebody, or if we're trying to do an investigation for something else. So,
All right.
and then we also have our by law, our Facebook page, any of our social media has to be backed up. That's also in that number,
Oh, all right.
as well as the cell phones for the department.
Okay.
Training, again, I just went up the 3%. Uniforms, again, the office supplies and miscellaneous supplies, that just went up to 3%. That was asked to stay within. Uniforms dropped down by the difference, again, going with one full-time officer compared to a part-time officer. It's a $1,500 for full-timers, $750 for part-timers by contract.
Okay.
Mutual aid, that's our radio, that the inter municipality radio system, and that is the portion that we are required to pay to be a member.
Makes sense.
Unclassified, again, is just different expenses along the year. That went up to the 3%. IT replacement, this is something we put in last year. So in the past, we've changed like all the computers, all the servers, everything at one time.
Yep.
Rather than doing that, if we go on a cycle, that'll get us approximately 3 to 4 computers. So we're not coming to the town with a capital request.
Okay.
Um,
Smaller.
yeah. So it's not so.
So it's not a big hit all. at once.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And then the weapons, last year, we got all new firearms that the town now owns. We've had some studies done, and most municipalities are now going to red dot optics. It's a safety thing, as well as flashlights built onto added to the weapons. This allows the officers, if they are in the low light, they can use that flashlights built onto the gun, and they still have both hands on the gun.
Sure.
And red dot optics really help you focus if you had to use it for some reason in a tight area.
Yep.
You
You know where that bullet is going.
know where that bullet's going. Exactly.
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
Chief, the line item that you have there, the dollar amount, is that the cost to rent just the optics?
No, that includes the optics, flashlights, and holsters for 15 weapons.
Because it was the same as, almost the same as when you purchased the weapons.
Yeah, it was. It's funny like that, but yeah, it's. but
That
it-
was a question from the finance committee. When
Yep,
we met.
nope,
So
nope,
I
that's
just
exactly
wanted
what it is, but so I'm sorry if it wasn't clear, that's the flashlights built onto the or to attach to the weapons, the optics and holsters.
Thank you.
Yep,
Hopefully the finance committee will watch this and they'll answer their question.
I'll be glad to answer it if they give me a holler.
And right now we are in, so that's all for budget fiscal year 2025 column, right?
I'm sorry? No, but what I would,
The sheet that I have says fiscal year 2025. There's nothing under fiscal year 2026.
you don't have these?
Think of these.
Yeah. So everything that you're saying, the numbers.
The
were
number's not matching, right, so
Right.
this is what I emailed to Ira back at the time. I don't,
Okay.
Yeah, we have fiscal year 2025.
yeah, that was the form that,
Hold on. We grabbed the first one we saw.
okay,
We have the
We got
2026. It was just behind the 2025.
I think the.
So when
the-
you said it only went up, I was like, wait a minute, I don't even have the 2026.
Yeah,
So I
okay,
was
sorry.
writing all the notes on the 2025. No, it's not your fault.
Yeah, that's, I think the first set you have there is what Chris originally sent us out, and then I asked for an electronic version so I could neatly present it.
All right, this makes more sense because I was like, he is saying he went up, but I don't see where he went up. All right. Just give me 1 minute to.
Yeah,
get
no
that.
worries.
Yeah, like for the part-time, you're like, we went down. I was like, that's $8,000 more. You said for the overtime one, you took the 3 averages.
I took, correct, I projected out where I thought we would be the rest of this coming year,
It's the
till
projection.
till June 30th. And then I took that number and I took the two numbers from, FY 24. These were
4 and 5.
24 and 25, but this is actually, this is what was budgeted, not what was expended. The way this sheet was written up. So,
Okay. Did we expend more?
yes.
Okay. And is the cruiser not on here because it was a capital project?
Correct.
Okay.
And that number, if you want me to just do that, is roughly 77,606 is what we went to the capital committee with. That's, the cruiser basically is 78,606 with a, no, I'm sorry, this year I did not trade. Well, that's something I need to discuss with you too. Unfortunately, we've done a little more research with the our green energy. And Dave DeRozier was hoping to take one of my old cruisers and replace his old Crown Vic. Well, we did some research. Mr. Martin got a hold of somebody from the energy, and you have to increase your fuel economy by at least 1 mile per gallon to do an interagency or intertown swap.
Yeah.
The Crown Vic, and believe it or not, the old 2013 Crown Vic, I think is what he has. I think it's a 13. Maybe it's no, I'm sorry, that's the dog car I was trying to do. I think he has a 2008 Crown Vic and a 2019 Explorer we're trading in hopefully in a few weeks here, or we're going to try to do to him. They're the same on the books.
Same miles.
Right. Same
Yes.
miles per gallon from rating wise.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not the same if you actually did it, but
Right.
unfortunately they have to go by the rating.
Sure.
So when I drew this up, I was hoping to take the dog car is a 2013 Explorer. I was hoping to take this 22 Explorer and repurpose it. Again, ran into the same issue because it's a different department technically. It's same miles per gallon.
Yeah.
So we can't do that.
You can't give it to the dog.
I can't
officer
give it to the
that
dog
falls
officer.
underneath Your jurisdiction.
Yep.
Wow.
That's too bad.
Okay.
unless we can, again, we have some time to think about that. Maybe do some little more research. Like, maybe if I call the gentleman and say, look, that she actually is under my department. Is that a division? Is that,
Right.
I'll do a little more research, but
Okay.
so that 77,606 of not trading a car in, which we usually do, was our capital request this year, was because the hope was that I was going to be able to remarket and have a newer car for the animal control. But
Yeah, it would be nice if we could do that.
exactly, I'll try to do some more research on that, just to say, because we're not really going in interdepartment technically. So
Yeah, I get it.
I'll see if
Yeah.
they'll agree to that. Get something in writing so it doesn't
I
bite
mean,
us
if we
later.
get the same mileage, then maybe they'll be a little bit lenient on it.
Right. I will do some more research. I have the emails from Mr. Martin that for the information we got. So I will try to reach out to this gentleman and say,
And Chief, you have written on here a grant, the
Yes.
36,496. It's handwritten on.
Yep.
Ours anyways, it's not on yours. I wonder if that was notes from someone else.
it could have been notes from,
Which page is it written?
The second page of his police.
Let me take a look and see if it's ours. Yeah.
Okay,
What is it Burn?
BYRNE.
Yeah.
okay,
It's not-
well, 36,000, that was our 36 and some change, set 470 something maybe?
496.
496, okay, that was the
That's
burn.
Ira's handwriting.
Yeah. So that was, I was telling him about radios that we got through a burn grant this past fiscal year.
Okay.
So I don't know why he's got it written down there. I was just giving him information.
Okay.
So that is not any money that we're going to be getting in.
Okay.
That's actually going to be expended at some point to our radio project because we use the money from there and then put it back. We'll put it back from the burn grant. So
right.
that's
And it is a grant, yeah, because grants you have to spend on a certain thing anyways.
Exactly.
So, okay. We don't have an actual for 2024, do we? I
actual.
have a actual, like, so you know how you project and then what you actually spent and then budget and then actually spent? There's no actual for 2024, just for the overall.
Actual whole budget.
Yeah.
I
just for
think that may be on that first sheet that you were looking at. It's like 1.539.
Yeah, 1293. Ooh, that came close that year.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're
for
welcome.
Being patient because.
No worries. Move on to dispatch.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you also?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So dispatch. Again, wages. This was contractual. Nobody had there was no step increases this coming year. Part-time wages, again, that was a 3% increase over budget fiscal, what we budgeted for fiscal year 25. Overtime, again, we've been successful with just doing an additional 3%. Incentive pay, back to part-time.
Yeah.
I did, because sometimes that includes a part-time officer working the desk, but we had talked earlier this year at some point about possibly hiring a part-time dispatcher.
Mhm.
I was projecting that in here with some other figures as well.
Okay.
Okay, so we talked about overtime again being at 3%. Incentive pay, again, contract is a little vague, but if they have a degree as a full-timer, they get an incentive pay. So I just projected in there that in case we need it, if this part-time person has some type of degree, we may have to pay a portion of something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, was just trying to be prepared and not come back if we.
Sure.
The longevity pay, again, contractual. the PAT incentive, they have the same, right to run around the fire. Now we do it at the fire department for
Physical fitness, right?
physical fitness thing. That went up, $550 because part-timers get half. So projecting that if this part-timer comes, again, technical training stipend, the part-time police officers get half. So that I added to $200, which is half of the $400 that the full-timers get. Copier repair and maintenance, that's actually a little under 3%, but we seem to fall okay with that. It's annual stuff for the copy machine. The software maintenance agreement, unfortunately, that is by contract, and you call them and they tell you the good price. And
You're
this
stuck.
this is a quoted price. I have it, so it will not go up, but yeah, that's almost just under 7% increase just there. The telephones, you'll see they went down a little bit. We've finally got our phone system tied in pretty tight, so I think we're pretty good there. This is the big increase you'll see is the teletype, which this includes.
Wow, that's a big jump.
Yeah, it is, and there is an explanation. So the teletype has things in it that include a server maintenance agreement for the CGIS equipment, which is a criminal justice information system that we have here. It's required $800. That's like $840. The fingerprint machine has a maintenance agreement every year. The bigger increases were some of our IT functions. There's 500. I'm sorry. Yes, $500 extra. I'm sorry, $1,200 extra in the malware, because all of a sudden now not only is the server and the firewall need to be the protection, each individual computer has to have protection, and there's a monthly fee for that.
Sure.
We did increase. We pay quarterly to have this company on call for us, and we literally pay for 6 hours. I think 5 hours now, but now we're going to do 6 hours a month.
Okay.
And we've been pretty blessed that we haven't had any major issues, and they're pretty flexible on coming in and helping us when we run into issues. I try to do as much as I can with the system, but there's just some stuff that these guys have to handle too.
Sure. Yeah.
And they're unique because they have the clearance to work on stuff that
Nobody else can.
that nobody else can touch because of this, the criminal justice information stuff and things like that. The web backup for our website used to be like $900. That went up $1,900. It went up $1,900
On
for-
top of the 9?
on top of the 9, so it's like 27.
Okay.
But the biggest reflection in there is we have this new radio system coming.
Yeah.
And it's going to need a $12,000 a year maintenance agreement when the original warranty runs out.
Right.
But that's always been a responsibility of the dispatch budget, but me to maintain the system. But that also does the schools, the highway department, fire department, EMS. All of us use it, so it's just to explain that it's just not the police department that needs a $12,000 a year.
So it just comes into your.
It just comes out of my butt. Right. Nobody else has any kind of radio maintenance thing like that for the big infrastructure part.
Sure.
So, that was the,
Big hit.
that was a big hit there. That's why that increased so much.
Yeah.
The office supplies and miscellaneous supplies, again, I just went up to 3%. And uniforms went up to $750, which is half of what a full-timer gets. So that would be hopefully for that part-time dispatcher. If we can find one. And then finally, animal control. That was just literally 3% across the
Across the board.
across the board. Yes. As far as I know, so the wages are, again, that's just a 3%, but the alternate dog officers, knock on wood, we haven't really had to use one. Kim's been great and makes arrangements to have another town help cover when they're out, when she's away. So,
What is the, not that it's a lot, $110 miscellaneous salary is,
again, that was if we had to cover something for somebody else coming in,
all right,
and that's always been, but I think we've given that back every year. So,
okay. I was just curious.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Such a small number.
exactly, it is just a small number. The software maintenance, that's so animal control and town clerk, they can register the dogs, and then we have the numbers, and if we find a dog running around, we can hopefully figure out who he or she belongs to. Postage is just to notify everybody of their dog licensing.
Mhm.
Kind of a crude determination for the dog pickup, but if we have a dog that's injured or hurt that we have to transport, and then supplies. Sometimes with the supplies, again, that went up to 3%, but sometimes we'll have to, use some of that money for the animals that are hurt. And,
Okay.
the past couple of years, we've dealt with some abandoned animals that need to be helped or euthanized, and
It's unfortunate.
it is unfortunate.
Thank you for running through that with us.
Of course.
These items.
No, nothing. Good explanation. Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you have anything further after something, please don't hesitate. Give me a call and
Will do.
get you the information.
Thank you. Have a
Yep.
good night.
You have a good night too.
Thanks, you too.
All right, Jeremy, come on up. Sorry for the wait.
No problem.
All right. So I'm assuming that Chris has given you the most
Yeah,
recent
let's-
copy of.
Let's look at the right ones.
I know. Hold on,
A
fire
little
came,
confusion, so.
fire came after, so for 1 second. I didn't want to take my packet apart and then lose a piece of it, so I kept it all together. But I should have put tabs in there for the different departments.
Well, we got it.
It's in here.
Yes.
Gotta get past fire.
Uh,
Public buildings, there we go. And revised to 28-25. Was that the one that we're supposed to have?
No, it
Okay.
shouldn't have
So
any.
that's the older one, so hold on. I think he gave us everything. Got a lot of receipts in here.
Yeah, those are actually all proposals.
Okay. No, that's the only one we have. We only have
Really?
a 2028 one. With all your proposals.
Yeah, all the rest is receipts.
All right, well, we'll have to have Mr. Martin.
I was gonna say we
get you
could
a copy.
print it.
I'll read you out what you. I didn't know.
I'm just gonna make sure it didn't end up in the back. Hold on 1 second,
Yeah.
just in case.
Step
Oh,
forward,
wait.
show you which one.
2026 public buildings. Or public building utilities. Okay, so that's the one we have. So hold on.
fiscal year 2026, revised 228.
Oh, that's the one he's saying that we shouldn't have. And then we have all the separate ones, communications, you put it all in one now, right?
Yeah. For
Okay.
instance.
Okay, so we need the updated. One. And I think we just went upstairs.
He's actually also there.
Oh, okay.
Wait a couple minutes, I should try to skip up there.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Because I'm a visual person.
Yes.
If you give me a moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually don't have my now.
Okay, I'll try to.
Yeah, sorry. I looked at your book.
Just wonder if it got mixed in anywhere else.
Well, I think these packets were put together when Ira was still here, so we probably have all the older stuff.
Right. Which doesn't help us because it was already. Public
We
building,
have his letter.
budget,
Chris, we only have the revised one, the old one from 228, so Jeremy's just gonna go make copies of the one, the newest one.
Well, all right.
that's utilities.
Is the fire department that you're gonna go over with us, is that the correct one?
I'm gonna try and go over it with you.
Okay,
Okay, unfortunately, Russ wasn't available tonight,
okay,
but I can try and explain what he's trying to do.
okay.
And if we want, we can bring him into our next meeting maybe, and then he can be actually explained it too.
Okay,
Okay, but yes, that is the one
The
that
correct one.
I presented to the finance committee
okay,
with, a lot of that was his explanation of what he's trying to do.
okay. Thank you, Jeremy, very much.
Thank you.
So before I get confused, I'm just gonna get rid of this old one,
Yes.
right? And
Okay.
That's those 2 pages, correct?
But your letter's still good, right?
Yes.
Introducing your budget. Okay, perfect.
So, yeah, so going over it. Actually, so the salary and wages, gone over it with Mr. Martin. So that way we can make sure that we had proper step rate up in there and also the cost of living adjustments. So that way we're all set with that. So that's
Okay.
all in line. Same as we also are figuring out the overtime. Excuse me. Going based on the last couple of years for what we've had for any type of snow removal, call-ins for maintenance, etc. So that's where we came up with a 4% increase.
Okay.
You'll see on water, we stayed within the 3% that the town is asking for that to stay. And then sewerage, we're at 8% based on, this is the only building that actually have the sewer that we pay for to the town. And the rest of them, we have septic. So we're going on prices of what this year we should be paying for. 2 places have their septic systems pumped out.
Okay.
We rotate through the buildings unless there's a blockage or another issue with sewage that costs more. This past year, we actually ended up incurring a couple costs for sewage that weren't normal because our septic tanks needed work. We had floats that are in there that adjust to tell us the levels of it and have alarms. And that was at the new library. So we had all of those replaced. And then the junction boxes inside were all corroded. So we had that replaced as well. So,
Unfortunately.
yeah. It's kind of funny. We are newer buildings, but we're now hitting the 13 to 15 year mark on the 2 new buildings.
Sure.
Starting to incur some costs. The biggest thing is the vehicle repair and maintenance. You'll see 5239. You'll see a 157% increase. the purpose for that is we've had to do a couple major repairs on vehicles the last couple of years. We just retired a vehicle, 2008. A lot of the problems was, as it came in, we've been doing this now for 5 years, purchasing vehicles, and each one is going to start needing certain maintenance that the current level wasn't up to the amount that I'll need to do those. So I kind of did a breakdown for the repair and maintenance I'd like to just go over. So you'll see where that cost comes from. So like our 2022 truck, this year we'll need all 6 tires replaced and the alignment done on it. That's a main plow truck. That's the first one that goes out all the time. Oil changes times 12 throughout this year, $1,280. M3, which is the transit van, we have an estimate already. The brakes and rotors are already going on that, and we're going to need those replaced at $3,650. Standard replacement of things such as wiper blades and fluids and all that, usually about $300 a year that we run. State inspections times 7 vehicles, including the Chevy Volt that's outside. We do that one. So there's 3 commercial trucks, the van, the Toro mower, and 2 commercial grade utility trailers. So that's all on there. So just under 600. Snowplow services that we do on them can average about $1,200 a year with changing out the hydraulic fluids in them, doing any type of wiring changes or replacements that we may need. This year we're anticipating one will need a new cutting blade. That's just our straight. So the sander, we're figuring in for an annual service. That one on there is actually this year, one of them needs replacement of the drive chain that's inside of there. And then they'll just do a tune-up on that one with the bearings. They can replace the bearings on there instead of the whole front assembly. Because if you let them go out of alignment too much, it'll ruin the drive gear. So that's $1,200. Then we're looking at 2 radios. We currently don't have operational in the 2019 vehicle, has no radio and never has. So we're looking at adding one of those and then replacing the one in the 2022 truck. That keeps going in and out. So I've already had CIS come out, take a look at it, and it's just antiquated. The radios that we currently had that were working were actually hand-me-downs from the police department.
Okay.
Because we try to take whatever we can at that point,
Sure.
reuse it. As the police chief already said, they are updating a lot of their systems and doing that. So at this time, we're actually getting ones that can do analog and digital. So if they can convert over all to the digital, at that time, we wouldn't have to go out and buy new radios again. So I believe it's about $300 more per radio to go to digital and analog right off the bat than just the analog system. So we are going to, step it up a little bit. So that way, they should hopefully work for 10, 20 years down the road and we won't have to worry about that. Most all the radios too, obviously, if we take them from the police cruisers, if we change vehicles down the road, can just be swapped out too. Right. Then the other thing is we wanted to do an upfit on one of the vehicles that we're having a lot of difficulty with when we have a sander on and it's a double wide. We're looking at actually putting a backup camera on that unit onto the sander for safety. The tight quarters that we use a lot, especially behind this building and then the police department. We have cruisers coming in and out and we're backing up. And a lot of times in the mirrors, we can't see them. So for safety, we'd like to get that done. And then unplanned repairs, I wrote in $3,000 just on an average of what we've been coming across throughout the year, either if we have U joints or other issues that are going. I know that most recently they decided to use the Chevy Volt more, which is out there, which is great. And we're anticipating we're going to have to replace the rotors and brakes on that this year, just because they've got quite rusted out and get grooves in them. So I don't know what that is, but it should fill in that unplanned repairs fine. We shouldn't go over that. All right. So that's why that's a extremely high increase. Because otherwise we have to do balance transfers and fund transfers all the time. And this would hopefully eliminate that. Electrical repairs, I did increase quite a bit on there, and you'll see, with histories, where we've gone for, we're budgeted 1 year, $5,000 in 2023. Actual is $8,148.50. And then in 2024, budgeted 5,000, actually spent $8,418.72. This year we were budgeted 5,150, and then I know you don't see it on that line item, but I believe we're over $6,000 already for electrical repairs. So I was looking to increase that by 2,508, 2,850. And I know in a lot of my weekly reports I put in there, again, some of the buildings are now getting 13, 15 years old. We do have a lot of those emergency battery ballots that we have to replace. And the cost of those being about $350 a piece. And I know in another report, I actually went back and said that, we did do a cost analysis of what it would be if we started replacing sections of those lights with rewiring and then doing wall mounted lights. And it's actually more expensive to do it that way. And I'm actually this Monday going to be having in a Novus Energy come in. And I'm hoping to talk to them about coming through and doing an energy audit at the new library, at least for our lighting that's in there, because that still has fluorescent lighting in there. So if we could try to get some type of incentives from, electric companies or other programs, grants, it would be nice if we could update those. So, but until then, our electrical systems unfortunately need some work. Just a moment, I just lost my place. Plumbing repairs. Kept that at 4%. Just wanted to increase that a little bit. I believe I've gone about 20% over budget this year already with the plumbing repairs. A lot of those had to actually, this building had some major infrastructure problems with the plumbing where we had gases coming up through some of the areas. So we had to replace that. And we've also had major problems over at the highway department. The hard water eats through a lot of the pipes. So we had to replace a lot of pipes that were in the wall that caused water damage. So before we had more structural damage, we repaired that. So I'm just anticipating with that, we're probably going to have a lot more because we only took out one section of piping. So then repair and maintain equipment. I did go up on that one as well, because this year is going to be the first year that we actually are going to do the major services on our John Deere tractor. We've had that now for 2 years. There was a year and a half almost where it was used minimally because need hoisting engineer's license. And at the time, person that had it was out with an injury. So we were not able to utilize it to its full advantage. Now we're putting a lot of hours on it. We're doing fields with it and other working rounds with the bucket. So this year it needs the hydraulic change. It needs all of the major fluids changed on there and a tune-up on it.
Out of curiosity on that, how many hours are on that machine? Do you know offhand?
I believe it's 62 right now. So it's recommended by the owner's manual to go through it and do it.
50, yeah.
So that's why we got to get that.
Yep.
And there right now, thankfully, we just passed that. Believe it or not, just this week, because we just finished doing all the ball fields. We just finished today on Brown Ellison.
Okay.
So we're hoping it'll sit fairly idle for the next time. So as soon as we get the budget this year, we can have everything done on it to bring it in. Otherwise, we will again be probably about $1,500 more into doing that if we brought it in right now. Let's see. The other thing is the Toro mower that we have, the wide area mower. Now that it's already aged, we just actually replaced a alternator on that. And at that time, it was recommended with the batteries as they were testing them all that we change out the batteries this year. They do believe we can get into July or August. And they said the hot weather is going to affect them even more than the cold. So at that time, we should really replace all the batteries. So on there's 2 different sets of batteries. There's the actual starting batteries and run it. And then there's a separate set of 4 batteries that run all the electronics on it. So it's crazy. Yeah, it's kind of a dual system, which makes it very difficult. If the electronics go down, the motor's no good to me. I can't start it and I can't operate it. So that's why we're going to try to make sure we have that done. Carpentry repairs. You'll see on that, I usually get $2,000. We haven't really utilized that funds in there. This year, we have a lot of things that are coming up because this is our 5-year where we need an architectural and structural design inspection done of all our fire escapes. So we have 2 of them in town that I oversee. One is this building in the back of the building here, and it's all wood. There's 23 stairs that go up to the top, and all wooden runners. The other one is at the Carnegie building, the library. So with both of those, they need repairs. One I have that we're going to get into this year, so it's already going to be taken care of financially. Next year's budget is the one out back. So we already know we have to replace all the stairs on it, so that'll be under carpentry for that one. So that was the increase on that budget. Just because I know under the regular, excuse me, allergies tonight. Under the regular repairs, it just wouldn't cover it. So. And then contracted janitorial. You'll see on there each year we've tried to maintain a standard in there of what we needed for the money. In 2024, we actually budgeted 45,000 and it came in under. But now we're told with them trying to get their employees up to the rate that they need to be at with all the laws changing. So we had to do a 5% increase instead of a 3%, which we would have liked to have been able to do. We were able to keep water licenses and tests at 3%. Hopefully there won't be any increase on there from what I've heard from the contractor that we use currently, McClure Engineering. We should be right in line with that. The other contracts that you'll see underneath there, under 5310, see each year we've kind of fallen under what we are gone way over what we've budgeted. Some of those account for the NFPA 25 testing that we had to do with fire sprinkler systems that at the time I came in, wasn't aware that a lot of them were going to be due. Some will rotate every 5 years. This year we have a couple more tests that are in there in contracts. So we need to bring it up to 5% to be able to cover that. Under contracts, that covers all of our fire alarm systems that are in there. That covers our HVAC system, energy management system contracts. It's also going to have under there all of our extinguisher inspections, things like that. So all the contracts fall under that are separate from water licenses and janitorial contracts.
In the newer buildings, you have duct smokes, I imagine. Do they manage those?
We don't actually have
You
a lot
don't?
of those in there
Okay.
because they're actually right at the external area of them. So they're
Okay,
not built into the machines.
okay. That's something we have to do, so.
Yep,
what I'm
that's,
asking. Yep.
yeah, when I worked at Wingate at South Hadley Nursing Home, every single one had a duct
Right.
smoke in there.
Okay,
But because they built them right near the exit of the main, the first, I guess they got away without putting it in.
okay.
It's very surprised.
Probably the
They do have CO2, they got detectors all through the building as well, carbon monoxide detectors.
Okay,
Those need testing. We just replaced, I believe it was 4 of those this past year. And then we actually added to the safety complex another CO detector because they added another room to doing the sleeping, the overnight quarters.
Yeah.
It originally was an office space, so
Okay.
legally
can't.
they shouldn't have had that. Yeah, so we had to relocate and made sure that it was up to code.
Right.
Kind of a funny building to kind of,
Yeah.
not be able to show.
Right.
Sorry, let me just find my space again here.
Jeremy, one of the ones that we had skipped, sorry, was the building repairs. That was up 7%. We went to carpentry repairs and then we skipped down to contracted janitorial.
Building repairs. 7%, you mean?
5244.
So it's just, I think it was a 7% increase, it says.
Oh,
So that's
yeah,
just for all
7%.
the buildings, right?
Yes, so again, trying to get in there, because this past year we've had a lot of repairs that we've had to pull out of there. Some of them were actually for the HVAC was a major contributing factor on those. The new library incurred some of the most costs, which probably suffer from a lot of our regular expenses. Unfortunately, at the 12 to 13 year mark, a lot of the components started actually becoming obsolete as well. So we're having problems with that. So that's been a big increase. The other thing were a lot of our exterior doors and windows, all of a sudden now we're starting to get issues with those, with having either penetrations and repairs needed. So the costs are going up. So we're anticipating doing more this coming year, especially at the safety complex. We have a lot of rust that's starting to show through in some of our areas. So we want to fix that before it becomes a problem.
Sure.
Also, their roof is having major issues because it's a metal roof off their apparatus bay, which is also fairly steep. So the snow has been sliding right off. A lot of the tabs that actually hold back the snow on there
They snap.
have broken right off. So it's an unsafe
Yeah.
thing in a couple ways. People can get hit with the snow and ice that's coming down. The other thing is as it comes down and it hits the ground, a lot of times we're not there to do snow removal anymore because the storm may have already passed, and then it freezes and clumps outside their apparatus base. So then it's a fall hazard for passengers. And they had blockage out behind the chief's vehicle bay during one storm. So it's even hard to come out. So it's going to be a little costly for that to do it.
So is, so the snow stops or blocks, whatever you want to call them, is that something that can be replaced?
Yes. I currently have a roofer trying to procure them.
Okay.
He went up there and got the manufacturer and everything. The toughest thing we're finding, again, with a lot of the newer buildings that were built, they turn around and a lot of the companies, even the manufacturers of products that were used, went and closed shop. They just closed down. We have a lot of them that, they're no longer in business. They don't produce that anymore.
Mm.
So, but we're trying to get comparable materials so that we can get that fixed properly.
Okay.
And of course, economically as we can too. We don't
Sure.
want to just start going crazy with that. So, all right. So sorry for skipping over that one.
No,
No
that's
problem.
All right. Just trying to find my place again now. Contract. So telephone looks all in line with the 3%. Building equipment supplies. So in line with what I said with that about trying to do repairs, some that we're doing in-house. I went up to 15%. And a lot of big cost of that is actually painting supplies that we're looking at doing over the next year. In talk with the safety complex, both the police and fire department, we'd like to try to start doing a painting program inside of the police department first, because it seems like they have more wear and tear with a lot of the walls with things that are being done in there. So if we can try to pick a couple of offices at a time, especially in the winter time, if we have downtime where we're not plowing or doing anything else, we'd like to try to go in the ones that aren't as utilized at that time, pull everything off the wall and paint them. It could take a couple days here and there. But as you know, in maintenance, you probably see paint costs went
Oh, yeah.
through the roof this
Yeah,
year.
they are crazy.
Incurred about an 18% increase.
Yep.
Custodial supplies, we're staying in line with the 3%. I'm actually still trying to work with our person that we deal with mainly for custodial supplies. I do sometimes buy from a couple different vendors because if we're offered the same style product that I can get for a discounted price, I prefer to do that. A lot of that is paper supplies. If we can get toilet paper or hand paper towels from another company, just this past year, and I know I've put that in a report, we actually saved a significant amount of money on the paper supplies by fishing around, getting the best deal. And then COA repairs, we're keeping it to 3%. Again, some of the repairs that'll come under here will either be carpentry or it'll be under plumbing, so we should be pretty good. The other that we would call COA repairs are any type of window repairs, door repairs, locks, things like that come up throughout the year. And public safety repairs, we just went up 3% on that because again, some of it will be things that we're going to do ourselves, so that's why we're able to keep that at 3%. We're hoping with doing the painting and other, minimal repairs ourselves, it doesn't increase too much. And that's the only reason it has its own line item is sometimes we have issues because of the heating and air conditioning or the plumbing, where we know every year we're going to have the same type of problems. just in case you don't know for that building, because I know you're fairly new to it, the building even for their hot water tanks.
Yeah.
During this time of the year, we actually use our heating system to heat all the hot water, domestic hot water.
Yeah.
In about another month, we'll switch it all over and we're going to go to one electric tank that's in there to heat the system.
Yep.
Almost never fails that at that time of the year, we have issues with our mixing valve. It's a different amount of pressure that goes through. We have sediment that may move, and just to rebuild that can cost $1,000. They're very costly. And again, that's a repair, not a replace.
You rebuild them.
Yes. Yep. You take all the insides out, all the springs and everything will get replaced, packed. Most of the other lines. So the biggest jumps that we have there is library repairs. That's actually the Carnegie building for that one there. And it's $6,800. And that's from the front ramp that's on the building. Currently has PVC style railing. And during our last inspection that was done, it did pass at that time, but just barely, because it really doesn't meet the code for the weight bearing on it. You're supposed to have, I believe it's 150 pounds pressure, downward pressure before it would snap. And it doesn't really meet that anymore. So what we're looking at doing is having a company come in, and I got 3 estimates, and this was, believe it or not, almost half price from what a couple others came in at, to weld custom railings in there, put brackets and supports. So that would bring us all up to code on that, because we're going to obviously need that for meetings that we have, and when we have voting in there, we have to keep it handicap,
Right.
compliant.
So you'll have a top rail and a mid rail for
Correct.
ADA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that changes on, in it, because it has a first landing that's on there and a second landing.
Right.
So kind of strange, but even all the turns
Yeah, they'll
ends up costing you more
Oh, yeah.
than having it
Absolutely.
done on there. So they figured that all in. So some of that will be done on site and the rest, be brought in already pre-done, but all the corners are going to be turned there and welded together on site.
Okay.
The next one is equipment, 21,800. You see, I haven't had anything in there the last couple of years with equipment under there, because we had larger pieces of equipment that have had to go out and actually be on our capital. So I believe you got a sheet on each one of those. Excuse me, from Taplin. So there's one in there that's the $12,709.17. So that one is a stand-on blower unit, Billy Goat, which brought a picture of that to show it's just a large stand-on blower unit for large areas that we have. We're also, if we were to get it, it would actually help us too in the parking lots to be able to blow the sand out of the areas a lot easier. Currently, we're using backpack blowers, and we have a smaller walk behind push unit. It just doesn't have the power to move the amount of sand that we're putting down. The safety complex is the biggest thing with that. If we're moving the cruisers all around to one side to blow, we're working an entire day and we'll probably get about a third of it done.
Yeah.
So we're hoping to get that unit. And then also for the parks, today was a good example of that. We're Brown Ellison trying to get it out from the fences, and the backpack blower was barely doing it, where I think with a more powerful one, you're on it and it's done in, virtually no time. But then to pick up the leaves, we haven't had a suction unit that can actually pick up the leaves and put them into the back of a truck. So all of it's usually done by hand. We have to rake it onto the front of the loader or put it in buckets and then dump. And we've had the National Honor Society come and do raking and everything. And then we have piles sitting there waiting to be picked up for good weeks, because we just can't do it. So we were hoping to get a unit. We weren't looking for a trailer. We were actually looking, the one that we put on there was a skid mount. So you can actually mount it right to the back of the truck itself. This one is missing the tube that would come from here. That sucks it up. But this is a representation of how we can mount it right to the back of a current truck. We would just put a wood box into it on the current stake body trucks we have. And those stake body trucks are dump beds. So we'd be able to back up right to a pile and dump it in. So those are the two items under equipment that I'm looking for that one. And those are,
Is the Granger under there too?
excuse me.
No, the Granger is under a different.
No, the
never mind.
Granger is
It's gonna
actually
be-
just under our equipment. I mean, I'm sorry, supplies,
Okay,
building maintenance supplies. But I just want to show you too that is a large cost and why, and we need
Yeah.
that. We don't currently have any flammable storage. And of course, by code, we need it.
You need it.
Department of Labor standards, we
Yes.
need it. We currently, try to not keep all of our fuel stored in one area so that we at least disperse them to different areas. And with the quotes that you'll see from Taplin, obviously, we actually receive a pretty large, discount. We get a 5% all the time, which might not seem like a lot to some people, but it's pretty good. And then on another one, I think we get an 18% discount on the blower because we try to go with everybody that has a state bid on there or contracts. Let's see. And then we do have the line item on there where we didn't really go up this year, but last year we didn't have it in there, was the old library electrical. So again, keeping in compliance with our certificate of occupancy, we need to put lighting out at that ramp area. Currently, that doesn't have backup battery powered lighting out there.
Okay.
So you have to maintain a 25-foot path that's clear of obstruction and illuminated. So currently it doesn't have anything that's on battery backup. So that would add that to that. And what they did on the other, I already had one done this year, was on the back fire escape because we had to bring that up to compliance right away. We added on to our emergency lighting that's in the building so that the battery backup works for outside, and we illuminated that. That never had illumination. So it wasn't in compliance. So now it's 100% in compliance with everything.
Okay, great.
I think that's the last line item. Yes, it is. Do you have any questions on any of those? And again, I'm sorry for my voice, but we worked outside all day today and it just wreaked havoc.
where does the mowing come in on here? Like, is that would be in salary and wages, right?
Correct.
And then whatever, okay.
Yeah. And then repair and maintain equipment is for the equipment that we use for doing mowing.
Okay.
And that's usually the largest cost of repair and maintain equipment is for all the mowing equipment. Because we do all of our own oil changes on those throughout the year. So we have to buy the oil and the filters, air filters on them as well, replace the blades. The anti-scalp wheels go quite often. Last year we had the larger Toro mower down for a period of almost 2 months while we were waiting for them to do repairs and work on that one. So we were out on Dufresne Park for an entire week, Monday through Friday, with 2 0 turns mowing the whole thing. So by the time we get done with that, then we'd have to move to another property. It would grow for a week and then we'd have to go back and we'd do it again.
What do you do with the waste oil? Do you have a waste oil?
We have a waste oil burner at the highway department, so all the oil can go there and do.
Okay, very good.
If we ever have any type of other fluids, we have a local maintenance place that, they will take it for us for
Okay.
costs.
And none of this equipment is available from the highway department for you guys to share?
They don't have a large blower or a vac.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope, but we'd be willing to let them share. They need it.
Before Jeremy leaves too.
Yes,
Under the budget, David had put in for a new skid steer. Okay, Bobcat.
Yeah.
And he wants to be able to keep the original Bobcat, because that has a hydraulic snowblower attachment to it.
I remember that being discussed.
Okay, so what that will potentially save us is, I think it's about $2,000 to take off the mower and put the blower attachment in.
Mhm.
And then another 2,000 to take the blower off and put the mower attachment back in. So by.
That's a subcontractor. You don't do that.
Correct.
Okay.
It has, sorry, explain.
Go ahead.
It's a proprietary computerized system on there, which then allows the system to know that it's no longer mowing with the front deck.
Got
It's
it.
part of the safety features that are on there.
Okay.
So unfortunately, we can't just do a swap, and it takes 2 mechanics approximately 5 hours
Okay.
to do it on location.
Okay, so
enough.
I just want to let you know that there's a potential saving in the budget if town meeting approves the purchase of the new Bobcat,
Second, yeah.
with the secondary Bobcat being stored at the public safety complex
Mhm.
with the blower attached, or the blower attachment
Snow blower. Yeah.
on it already.
Okay.
And the good thing with that, if that happens, is I believe because the Bobcat is no longer lifting anything that weighs over 500 pounds, as a load, it's actually pushing. I believe you don't need a hoisting engineer's license to operate it. I'm gonna check into that a little further with the state, but I believe it's
You might. Yeah, I think it might be.
same as if it had a sweeper on it.
Sure.
So that would mean that I wouldn't be the only one that could utilize it. My other 2 gentlemen would be able to as well,
Okay.
with of course a little training.
Right. Practice.
Yes.
They take
A lot of
practice.
practice.
I play in ours once in a while.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy, the other question. So when you mow the other properties, do you charge the other departments? Does anything come out of their budget to mow the properties?
School
Department.
department. That's
Just
part
the
of the
school.
in-kind services we back charge to.
And why is that, I guess? Because you don't charge the police to mow their yard, you don't.
Because
charge the
this,
highway.
because under ed reform, because to be able to go towards our net school spending figure, we're allowed to back charge services that are done by town departments and paid by town for that one department.
You're allowed to, but you don't have to.
Right, so we're allowed to.
Okay.
But the problem becomes is when the mowing season does start, he spends an inordinate amount of time just at the fields out at the schools.
Yeah. But
Okay,
they're a town department, so I guess I just don't understand why we're charging them.
they are town department, but they fall under a different agency, DESI. They don't follow the same rules that we follow here under the DOR.
But it does take away from, so we're counting it as spending per pupil, but we're
Well,
not spending
it
it.
goes towards our cost of educating the student population, yes.
How much does it cost you? Do you have that number or know that number?
Give me a second.
That might have been the first couple of pages.
Give me a couple of seconds. We back charged them $2,900 a year. That's for 6.5 man hours, $30 an hour, and we do about 15 mowings over the course of the year.
2,900, Chris.
29.25, yeah. And I think we've been keeping that dollar rate the same.
Yeah, a lot of times we spend a lot more than that for time out there.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like a lot.
So the other item too, I didn't bring up, and I don't know if you have it on there or you've seen it. There is one capital improvement item that I had put in for, which was the Granby Safety Complex. If you don't have copies of that, I do.
No, they don't have the capital.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they saw a capital in there.
Just so you know what we for that. So that one there, as I've talked about, the energy management system that's on there has gotten antiquated. And right now we actually even have some of our controls in there, the Johnson controls, that the displays don't even work anymore. So the only way you can actually see what the system is doing is to plug a computer into the system. Which then we also run into a problem a lot of times because the one at the safety complex is run through the computer system that the police department utilizes. So therefore, a lot of their firewalls block you when you're inside the building. Strange enough, I can go down the street to the old library and log in via Wi-Fi and do it. So there are times we've actually had to have a service person there at the building performing work and one of us sitting at the computer out of the building to do it. It blocks it even when they've used the Wi-Fi card on their thing to do a different network. It seems like something with the proximity is telling the system, the firewall, don't let us do it. But that's almost totally separate from this. So what we did was, under the recommendation, FMC was the second company that came in and told us that we really need to update the system and change it. We also have polar refrigeration that we deal with all the time. Bill Bragel in town, who does a lot of our HVAC work. He's brilliant when it comes to looking at the systems, figuring it out, which is integral to us being able to get things fixed quickly. Because a lot of times if FMC dials into the system remotely from their home office, across the state, they say, nope, the valve is opening up fine. Everything looks great. You should have heat. I look at it and say, yep, looks saying that it's there. The computer says it. He can come in and go, no, this is wrong. This is, not happening. The problem with this, a lot of our actuators are failing and they're obsolete. So they went through to see how much it would take to do all the controllers, everything else, and wrote us this proposal. I have Innovus Energy coming in on Monday, and they're going to do an energy audit on both of the systems at the library and at the police and fire department. They're the ones that we've used in the past that come through and tell us, are there any type of grants that might be available? Are there any type of initiatives out there from the energy companies, mass saves, something like that, be able to do it. But at least this gave us a jumping point for the cost.
Yeah.
And then we'll put it in there for the capital. Because the other thing that I was told is a lot of times we're going to need the funds up front anyway.
Okay.
And then you get reimbursed, if not all of it, at least part of it. So at least gives us somewhere to start with. I don't want to come into a failed system because there's really no way to just bypass things on these systems.
No, I understand that.
It becomes a nightmare. You may have seen a lot of times on my reports where I'll say, it's called in for this problem or that problem. If I had to go back online and check it several times during the day. Our most recent failure of the system was on an actuator that opened a valve that was for the apparatus bay. So they called me saying it was cold. Again, I looked on the computer, told me the valves open at 70 or so percent and that the room was warm. Come in and go, nope, it's freezing. It's 50 degrees and the valve's totally closed. So even, it wouldn't even tell the system that it was doing the wrong thing. So that's what I put that in for. I did have some great feedback from a person on the capital funds committee to make sure that we own the system and that we also have the licensing for the system. So that way we don't have to pay somebody else. If we decide we're going to change something, that they say, oh, no, we own it. You're just, so I thought that was great. So that's what we're going to make sure is if we do move forward with anything in the future, is that we have full rights of the system. We're not paying a maintenance to somebody all the time.
I have to be honest, I'm not shocked with that number.
No.
Because we have let's just say that number is 10% of what we have to replace.
I actually have two people that have told me that doesn't seem right, that it seems low by about 30%. So I'll see what the other experts say on Monday.
Okay.
It'll take a little while to get their report back, but I'm anticipating a 2-week turnaround from the time they look at it from what they've said.
Right.
But yeah, it may be a little low.
Still a small number compared to what.
Yes.
In comparison.
The price I will choke at or recommendation is when they look at the electrical system at the library, because that's the same type like miniature I had where.
That's why we That was when we had that discussion about the lighting, not to
Yeah,
change it
there's no-
because
yeah.
it's, yeah.
Yeah, because every light at the library has its own IP address. So you can't just change a fixture. It's back to the computer system. You'd have to rewire the entire thing to say, go back to an occupancy sensor.
Right.
Or a switch.
Sometimes you wonder, like, why do they make it so complicated that only one person can come in and fix it?
There you go. It's like
Why?
vehicles.
You just want to turn it on and off, guys. On and off.
It's like vehicles.
Well, to be honest with you, when it was put in place, there were probably 3 places that could service it.
Yeah.
2 of the places are going out of business.
Okay. So now we're down to one.
So now I believe the only place that does it, I think, is out of Canada.
Out of Ottawa.
Wow.
So, and
Because of the particular systems or?
because of the system.
But that one, again, it went out of business a
Yeah.
couple of years after it was
Right.
put in. And then they sold licenses to work on it even.
And the
To a
person
certain
who
company, and then
engineered
that
that
one
building wanted that system.
Yes,
So that's the thing is, I mean, at the time it may have seemed like the greatest thing
Yeah.
that was around and technologically it was a great thing to put in. But even for the age it was put in, I was very surprised that they put in fluorescent fixtures
Right,
Yeah.
because LED was already available.
yeah.
So that should have been a kind of a red flag. Why are we
Yeah.
putting in?
I think probably because of the shading that they were gonna try and have the computer do. So that if it's full sun, there's gonna be very low light.
Right,
If it's, as the sun went down, then they would slowly
Right.
brighten, so it stays the same lumens.
yes,
I don't think you get it
With the
with an LED type of system.
probably not.
With the gradual change in the position of the sun, the season it is, things of that nature.
Sure.
I think that's why they went with fluorescent versus an LED.
No, you got to use the button, turn it up, turn it down.
Yeah,
You do.
yeah.
And we're having problems with some of those switches too. Yeah, and again, we can't just change them like you'd want to do. And I was told the price on one switch that was in that community room was over $1,000
So
just for the switch.
must be a large bank then, large bank.
Yeah, oh yeah, it is. We removed it with the electrician there, and I couldn't believe the amount of wall space it took up.
Yeah.
And I think they literally configured that room to the hallway with the wall just for the accommodation of the switches.
I wouldn't be surprised by that.
And all the battery backups that are at the lighting that are on flush mounted lights are all in junction boxes double deep into the walls.
Yeah.
So you have to remove the entire fixture just to change a battery backup on the lights.
Yeah, energy management systems, it's, the architects love them.
Well, thank you very much,
They
Sherby,
look
for
nice on
coming in.
paper. They really do.
For them.
Yes.
Yeah,
Have any other
I'm
questions?
feeling his pain. No, I don't.
no,
Thank you.
thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and sorry for the wait.
Oh. You don't apologize for that.
Our,
And COA is next.
Just a little now.
Get upstairs.
Oh, sorry for the wait. I know it was late. All right.
Sorry, I have to take my glasses off, but now you guys are all fuzzy, sorry.
That's okay.
All right, so when I did the budget, I added the 3% to my budget from 2025 and got the total amount. And then from the salary, I did, everyone got a step up, and then I did a 3% COLA, which gave me the difference at expenses. And the first salary went up just a little bit. The outreach one, I left the same. And the wages went down a little bit. I left the same for repairs and maintenance on that first one, 545240. But on the repairs and maintenance, I went up a little bit for the white van. The white van, I have 2 quotes and 1 verbal. I'm waiting for a paper quote on that one to fix the rust on the bottom part of it. The inside is good. It's just that I want to keep the vehicle longer and for it to pass inspection in the future. I want to nip it right there.
Okay.
So that's why that one's up a little bit.
That's not the Ford Transit that he was talking about, right?
The what?
That's not the Ford
No, it's the
Transit.
big white one.
Yeah, the wheelchair one.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see where we are. Printing newspaper, I left the same. I went up on postage. I've gone up mailing out an extra 400 newsletters per month since I started in, I think it was June.
Why such a large increase?
Because it was never updated. So there was that many people that have aged into it that never received it for like almost 4 to 5 years.
Okay.
So in May, when I get a new that booklet of everybody's dates and everything, I'll go over it and add more people for the newsletter.
And they do have the option for online too, right?
They
If
do,
you
and
want
it's
to email.
Yeah, it is on the newsletter. I'm going to try to encourage more of the email.
Yeah.
And then for the office supplies, I left the same. And mileage, meals and meetings, I left the same. And also for the dues.
And for Natalie, for the part-time, you don't think you're gonna need the full amount? Cause we did 39,000 last year and you're budgeting at 32.
Right. I am missing a part-time driver. He passed
Okay.
away.
Okay.
We did hire, or no, I'm trying to hire a new one.
Okay.
But no, it just came out that way when I added everything up. So I kept it, or I lowered it to 32,000. And
I'm just worried if oh, I see. Never mind. Cause I was looking at budget FY 2025, but that's not what we actually spent. Okay. And then if you look at the other ones, it's in line with those.
Mhm.
Even the actual for 2024 is low compared to. Okay. So that makes sense. I see it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
About 3,000 lower than
Yeah.
she has now.
Yeah. Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you for that. And expenses too, you went down too, right? You don't wanna. What's the expenses for? Is if the other ones are like supplies and stuff like that?
Say that
I-
one more time.
Are the expenses like for unforeseen things? If you go up to the top,
Yeah.
it said it's a little lower than last year. So it's like
I think that's a little
6,700.
lower because of the wages went up a little higher.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
It's pretty cut and dry.
yeah.
Yep.
So senior lunch program,
Mhm. So with that one, I also did the step up in the 3%, and that's what I've got for a total.
all right. Seems pretty cut and dry to me.
Not a lot of categories for you.
Yeah. They don't have a dishwasher, guys don't have a dishwasher anymore, or because you have it, you don't have to.
Yeah, I do have the dishwasher.
Okay.
That did break a couple weeks ago, and yeah, so I called someone, they came and they fixed it within a week. I still have to put that in the warrant coming up.
Right, so I don't know if I'm looking at the right one now, because I have the paper from you that says fiscal year is $127,963.
Mhm.
But on the paper one that I have, it says 1,000. Okay, never mind. I wasn't putting the wages and the expenses together, so we're good now.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, because those two go together and then that would be the total. That makes sense. All right. I don't think I have any questions. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
This makes a lot of sense.
Right then.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good night.
You too.
You also, thank you.
All right, now it's just us, Chris. Select board. Do you want to start there? Do you want to go through the select board budget first and then go back to the original, or?
All right, before we even go,
Okay,
okay. Let me just read to you my proposed change to the. article
okay, yes,
Or the question,
okay,
okay? The question that I changed it to read as follows, okay? Shall the town of Granby be allowed to exempt from the provisions of Proposition 2 1/2, so-called, the amounts required to pay for the bonds issued in order to pay for hazardous materials abatement in the plus or minus 44,000 square foot West Street building
Mhm.
and renovation of plus or minus 22,000 square feet for municipal space, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto.
can we say municipal spaces for plural,
We can
or,
add spaces if you want.
I'm just wondering, because that will, so
Well, I
they
just
know
said
it's
municipal
not,
space, because what if we just throw one department in there for the time being?
yeah,
No, and municipal space is municipal space.
yeah.
How we break it up, it's municipal space, how we break it
Okay.
up will be assessor's office, so on and so forth. It's only gonna be one really space that we're
Yeah.
renovating.
Right.
I'll change it to spaces, I don't have a problem with
No,
that.
I was just wondering if we do the plural, because it could
It-
possibly include the COA or not, but it
Yeah,
doesn't
but
matter
that
because we're
would be
not.
a municipal space.
Yeah.
A municipal office within that space.
I agree. I think that
Okay.
makes sense.
And then,
Yeah.
oh, I debated spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wordsmithing. It means the
Yeah.
same thing. Yeah. Okay.
So, okay, I'm just letting you know that's,
I think
That's what
that
you'll-
sounds good because you separated the 44,000 abatement and you separated the renovation. So that's what we needed to do.
right, and I'll get it together and get it out to you guys by email, just so
Okay.
you have a chance to look at it,
Okay.
Okay.
okay?
And then that will be the first thing we do on the 15th.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Board of Selectmen.
Yes.
This was a little bit of a complicated budget to try and put together. Okay. Glenn has always tried to get $5,000 apiece for each of the select board members.
Yeah.
When I talked to the finance committee, they're saying, no, they're only gonna allow the 3% increase, so that could potentially be an argument on town floor if that's what you so desire. Okay.
So is that why it says the 33%?
The 33% was our request.
Okay.
They're gonna deny it. And if you really feel passionate about it, you can make an amendment on town meeting floor to increase it to the 15,000. Okay? Because they're gonna knock it down to it's 11,2. 11,247. They're gonna knock it down to 11,585 probably.
Okay.
That's 3% over this year.
Yeah.
And with the amount of time that you guys have been putting in, I think you should get more too, but that's a fight outside of my control.
Yeah.
Again, salary is per the contract that you just signed with the new long-term
Yep.
administrator. The next line item, actually the next two, the 123,777 and the 10,400. Kathy's gonna stay on for part of the year,
Okay.
okay? She will get 5 weeks vacation as of July 1. So trying to get an idea of what she is doing is like wrangling chickens. You know. So I am planning for her to be here to December 31st, half year.
Okay,
I'm saying.
Okay.
Her salary per her contract will be 73,702. I divided that by 26 pays to get a per pay cost. And then I planned for 15 pays, which would be instead of 13, which would be paying her 4 weeks vacation out.
okay,
Okay, it's a guesstimate,
yeah,
total guesstimate on my part. Then I turned around and said, okay, when we hire a new assistant town administrator, what do we think we're gonna pay them? I projected 60,000. Could be less, could be more, don't know. All depends what the board decides their final job description is gonna be.
Yeah.
So that at 60 for half a year is 30,000. Then I turned around and budgeted a stipend for the assistant town administrator of $50 at 35 days. They're gonna be going out, on vacation, sick, personal, away at meetings, so on and so forth. I figured 35 days over the course of the fiscal year. Okay. And then we have the other clerk who I budgeted for the full year at her step and grade. That comes to the 123,777.
I
Okay,
don't have 123 on my paper, do you?
Do you?
Yes.
Oh, no, I do, got it,
you got it?
Yep.
Okay,
I was on the wrong line, I was like, what?
no, that's okay.
I was on the salary line, okay.
No.
Gotcha,
Okay, so coming down below to the 10,400. Again, I figured there's gonna be some training of the new assistant by Kathy.
yeah,
Okay. I don't know how long it's gonna work, but I'm saying at the maximum would be 20 hours per week at 13 weeks at about $40 per hour. That comes to 10,400. Is that high? Possibly. I don't know.
yeah,
Okay. If you want, I can reduce that figure. Again, like I said, trying to gaze into the crystal ball, and
Yeah.
it's hard to try and figure out what you're gonna do. Okay. I erred on the side of caution. If you want, I can adjust it accordingly, if this is what the board so desires. Again, it's my best guesstimate.
I
I
think we
think
should keep
40.
it.
You think? I think 40 is a little bit high, but if you think we should keep it.
Well, her current rate of pay is about $45 an hour.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I guess 40 an hour is.
Okay, so I'm
He's
saying,
gonna be coming back to help,
right, okay?
Okay. So
One
that would be
way-
part-time.
you gotta give it, yeah,
Yeah, no,
gotta
that's,
make it worth for a while.
yeah, that's fair then.
And you are right.
Yeah.
Right, because you wanna pay her $30 an hour to come back, so that's, it ain't worth it. I'm
Right,
just
so
gonna,
I'm thinking if somebody replaces her part-time, well, you're thinking Kathy helping part-time. So,
Well,
Well-
no, we're gonna replace the position, he's saying Kathy's gonna train them, so this line item is just for the training of that
Gotcha.
person.
okay,
for her
Yeah.
to sit down with this new
okay,
assistant
then that's. I'm
and say,
fine.
this is what we do
Yep,
during, when it's time to renew the licenses, alcohol licenses.
okay,
This is what we do. This is how you go about putting together the annual town meeting booklet.
Yep.
This is how you do that,
my
things of that
misunderstanding.
nature.
then.
Okay,
Okay, I agree with that then.
all right. Don't know if it'll take that long. I
Mhm.
don't know if it'll take that much time, but,
Depends on how fast they catch on,
right.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm erring on the side of caution.
yeah,
Okay,
and he's got 13 weeks built in there.
Right.
So if they only need 5 hours one week, but they need 10 hours the next week or something like that.
And they may
it's-
catch on and you don't
Yeah.
have to do it for the
full
The
time.
whole-
for 3 months.
Yeah.
Okay,
Fair enough.
so. That's where that is, and that's how I come to that 10,400 for that line item. And if you look at the wages overtime, it's down a little because we're not gonna be paying Kathy at her rate for the full year.
Okay,
I'm hiring the replacement of what I feel will be at a lower rate,
Okay.
which then would affect any overtime hours that that person would put in to get the job done.
Yeah.
Okay,
the only thing that I was thinking, and I understand, I wasn't thinking lower rate, I was like, well, Callie's been doing it for years. You don't think it's gonna take them double the time? But again, at a lower rate, which I didn't go there,
Mhm.
that would make sense.
okay,
Yeah.
and that's all I'm at, I'm just trying to, like I said, this was a difficult one to try and work with.
Yeah,
Sure.
Okay,
and longevity pay goes with her.
well, the longevity pay just went down because you're not paying my longevity pay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, mine was $2,500 a year.
Mhm.
Well, in Kathy's contract, hers was up $35 every year. 2,500 minus 35 comes to the 2,465 reduction.
Okay,
Okay. Office rental. Again, this number may change depending upon negotiations. This was budgeted at the same monthly rent of 2,200 for 9 months
okay,
because it was originally guesstimated that West Street building was going to be renovated and those offices would be vacated by March 31st. That's the only information I have at this point. It may change based upon our discussions that we've had here on what we want to try and see if the owner is willing to go along with. So that number could potentially change.
Okay.
Okay. Repairs and maintenance, that is up 100% because we now lease 2 copiers. In FY 25, that was to lease the copier up at the annex.
we not least one here.
Well, subsequent to that, the one upstairs here decided to die. So we're now leasing the copier here.
Good.
And their leases are very close to being the same. So that's why I just doubled.
Mhm.
The contracted services, that's the 12,000, that is for us to pay for Pioneer Valley Educational Collaborative to bill the Medicare related expenses that the school incurs.
Medicare?
Medicaid.
Okay,
Medicaid. Okay. Yeah, I have a problem sometimes Medicaid versus Medicare. All the other line items are pretty much the same. The only one that I went up a little bit is advertising. Cause it seems like we got, this year, our budget was overspent in advertising, cause we did the fire chief twice.
yeah,
We did the town administrator. We've had a lot of positions. that
and
we've been-
building commissioner.
Yes, okay. So I'm just budgeting just to get a little buffer on that one.
And then we contractually, we have travel. And,
Yes. For the new
TA.
administrators
Yep.
contract, I bumped that up for what you promised her she could have.
Yeah.
For conferences and so on and so
Yep.
forth.
that makes sense.
And basically, that's the budget.
That one's real simple.
Well, it's not that simple, but.
Well, I mean, as opposed to what Jeremy and the chief just went through.
Okay, so that's 122. Finance committee is 131. They just have me do it 3%. Reserve fund, we're leaving level at 130,000.
Where are you? I'm sorry.
I'm at 132. Go down one page, it was 131.
We don't have page numbers.
No, it was this Finance committee.
These numbers.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at departments, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Department.
122 was us.
122 is us, 131 is finance committee.
Oh, I have 133 next. Hold on.
Oh, you do? Okay,
Yeah.
so let me push those off this side. 130 computer system.
Computer system, yeah.
Okay. We have a couple items coming up in fiscal year 26, but I think can be absorbed by the budget. In October of 2025, Windows 10 will no longer be supported by Microsoft. So we now have to migrate to Office 11. Okay. Or Windows 11, I'm sorry. When going through that, one of the machines that we currently have supported or under our IT contract is so old that it will not be able to be upgraded to Windows 11. So we have to buy another computer.
Okay.
That's going to be about $3,000. That's down in the computer hardware. That's part of that increase of 6,400.
65.
6,500.
Okay, yep.
I'm sorry, I switched to 4.
So 3,000 for the computer and then all the software you have to put on it.
No,
Okay.
no, the software is going to be okay. They quoted me about, I think it was $9,000 to do the upgrade to the new licenses. All we're
Okay.
buying is licenses now. We don't have to buy the software. It's just we buy bundles, I think, of 5 licenses that way.
Okay.
Okay. I have enough in the current budget to be able to do that.
Okay.
The only other item that I have to buy is we have to buy a notepad for our building
Building
commissioner.
commissioner. Yep.
Okay. The quote I got for the notepad was about 20. Let me find it. Was about $2,400.
Wow, they don't give a little.
Okay. So, and the other part of that is cost of our laptops have been going up every year. I've got enough in there to probably buy the TV, replace 4 either the mini desktops or laptops. And I don't see any of them really having any issues at this point.
So the expenses, Chris, are for all the licenses, all the malware, the system itself for backup and everything.
Yes.
And then the capital, what would be for all the stuff that you just mentioned that needs to be updated, new?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Everything goes up.
All right.
All right, so you said 131, right?
Well, don't worry about that. I
Okay.
forget. I have my whole packet here that I went through with the finance committee.
Okay.
And I got to go back and put my head in.
135.
135 is the town
Town
account.
account.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, yes, this is where we agreed on the software.
And that's
for
the
the-
biggest
yeah.
jump that you're having.
Yeah,
Sure is.
that was the ADP, right?
ADP and Vadar. Okay, the ADP is going to run us about 36,000 year one, and Vadar is going to run us about 12,000. Okay, which is the biggest, which is at 54,000. Because they're also a
Okay.
setup fee of like 6,500 and with ADP and things of that nature. So just to try and cover all those expenses. Okay.
How did the part-time, wait, because you're no longer the TA and
Okay,
town accountant?
when we had
Wages.
originally looked, we were gonna contract out accounting services, contract services.
Okay,
Okay.
It's not contract, it's now payroll.
okay,
So you're gonna see the minus 60,000 down below,
Yep.
Okay, yeah,
and then the plus 44 up top.
okay,
got it.
For a net change of minus 16,000. 15 and change.
yep. All right, got it. You can tell I'm getting tired when I got to the audit one. I was like, adult what?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah.
Adult professional services, what is that?
Wait a minute.
We won't go down that one. Yeah, the audit is to have the independent auditor come in on an annual basis,
Yeah.
review the books.
Flat rate.
Oh, Chris, I'm sorry. I should have asked you.
Well,
So you're a contractor for the town accountant until June of 2026? Are you?
at the current time,
Okay. So that's something that the next board will have to discuss with you, because if you're not going to stay on, we're gonna have to put
Correct.
it out there
Well,
and try.
And I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna talk to you right now about it. Coming back, the accounting part was simple, but the amount of stress that I've had being the interim again
Yeah.
has really taken its toll on me.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna be honest with you about it. We've had a lot of things that have come through that languished in the month and a half that I wasn't here, or about the month I wasn't here. And now everybody wants it taken care of.
Yeah.
And again, while my health is still fairly well, I was getting a good jump on it. I'm starting to feel it again.
Yeah.
Okay, and to be honest with you, that's a concern
Yeah.
at this point. All
So
right,
it's good that we have somebody starting soon.
yes.
Yeah, but not with the amount of stuff we have going on, almost not
Yeah.
soon enough.
Right.
Because believe me, we feel the stress being on the board
Right,
with all the stuff that we've been going through. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot.
and at my age, I'm sorry, I have
Yeah.
to say it, I'm 69, gonna be 70.
Sure.
And yeah, it's amazing how in a 3-year time period, it can change on how it
Yeah.
affects you.
Right.
Yeah.
The 10 o'clock meetings.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All the time. It's like 10 o'clock. It's a 5-hour meeting now all the time. And
I know.
it's just really taxing.
And it's not that we're trying to make it long. It's we want to take care of business, right? That's why
Yes.
we have the meeting, but the business just keeps going.
Yes, and that's the
Yeah.
problem. And for me, it's not like a 10, 15-minute ride home.
Yeah.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
So I got out of here at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, you're looking at 11 or 11:30, depending
And
on
who can go home right away and just put your head down?
nobody.
And that's the way it is.
I know.
That's the way it is. So, but yeah, but I'm just being honest with the
Yeah.
board.
I appreciate your honesty. And
Okay, is
And all we can do is our best. And you know what? Our health comes first. So
And-
it is what it is.
and that's what it is. I put my health on hold for many, many years.
Yeah.
And no, I can't do that now.
don't blame me.
Just can't. I'm sorry. Next one is legal department that we have.
Oh, boy.
No,
Oh, not too bad of a jump. Okay.
basically it's a 3% that we're gonna pay for the retainer fee for our
Town council.
town council. I know Ira was looking at reducing it. I prefer not to. I would rather see us go through a year or two of reduced need for outside counsel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that happening
Mhm.
because we have labor council, special counsel that are involved in a couple of topics.
Yep.
That I think are gonna run into time and money.
Mhm.
And if Brian O'Toole happened to be here advising the board because the new administrator isn't as knowledgeable of the laws,
Mhm.
that's gonna run into money.
Yeah, we'll have to fall back on him a little.
Okay, so until she can get her feet wet a little bit more and get a good feel for it. You know, because when I was gone, Brian was here at meetings.
Yeah, we did have them on a couple of them actually, because we had some big
Right.
ticket things going on.
And at $185 an hour, 5 hours
Mhm.
a night,
Yeah, it adds up quick.
it does.
So would that be under the salary or would that be under the expenses?
No, that goes under the other legal fees.
Okay,
Because
I see where you are now.
the retainer one is to call him and ask him for a quick opinion on this, quick opinion.
Right.
You know, he's been involved with a couple of an investigation.
Yep.
You know, that's been going on and things of that nature, and I just think I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have to be with that at this point because of what's going on and what we've been dealing with.
Yes,
So,
So the expenses would be for all the other councils,
yes.
we've got the
All labor, Jack Collins,
Comcast.
Who?
August.
that's almost to an end.
Okay.
Actually, him and I have had a conversation. Seeing how we are in legal counsel. We are close to accepting the offer that has been negotiated with Comcast.
Okay.
I want to say for what we requested, I want to say we've got a good 90 to 95% of what we asked for.
Okay.
that's
An
good.
additional channel. They are basically close to funding what we requested for our capital needs for 10 years. They are close to funding like franchise fees and things of that nature. We changed the methodology. They were going to try and reduce us on what we're going to get. We counter offered, they wanted to give us $1 per subscriber for the next 10 years. Well, we know with streaming services out there, sometimes you don't need Comcast.
Right.
So we think that some of the subscribers are going to be reduced as we go along.
I was one of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
I only do Wi-Fi through them.
And I'm just being
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah, no, that's the-
my thought pattern.
That's where it's going. Yeah.
So they were going to do just $1 per subscriber for the 10-year period of time. We don't want that. We know we're going to lose subscribers by the end of this contract. So we had proposed doing $1 for the first 5 years, $1.50 for years 6 through 10. Okay, I can accept a little bit, but we want to make it up a little bit towards the end.
Yeah.
They didn't want to do that. So what we ended up doing, or they made a final offer to us, was to $1 the first year, increase it 1% for the first 5 years, and then jump to $1.25 for years 6 through 10. Pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to be greedy, but
Yeah.
they were willing to pay it to us. So we got another channel.
Okay.
We get the capital, almost every dollar that we requested for capital needs. And I feel we made a good deal for the subscribership. The attorney August had gotten back to Comcast, and I'm just waiting to see if the final contract comes through.
Good.
That's awesome.
Okay.
It's a long process.
Yes, it is.
It's back and forth
Yeah.
until parties agree.
Yes.
Yeah, you wouldn't think you'd have to deal that much with them but I guess you need the services.
It used to be a committee that did it.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
But we don't have anyone who wanted to do it, so we went for outside counsel to do it for us, who negotiates contracts like those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And him and I had been in contact, like I said, during the whole
Yeah.
process, so we had many conversations regarding what we were gonna try and request from them. Okay. So, basically, that's legal budget.
Yeah.
Now, I'm gonna ask, with it getting late, do you want me to continue going through each one, or do we just wanna go through and ones you have questions on, we deal with? We're really running an hour behind what we projected to be doing. It's up to you.
I think I'm good on Board of Appeals. We can just look at it one at a time, just state which one we're on, and then if you
Okay.
have any questions.
No, that's fine. Like I said, it's just the lateness of the hour, and I know you guys wanna get.
Yeah, there's almost no changes on that.
Yeah. Advertising, which we know goes up,
Yes,
so. And then the tuition and meetings, that's just when they have to post
when
their
they
meetings
wanna
and
go to a
stuff.
conference and learn on a certain topic or whatever.
And utilities
Public utilities, buildings.
and gas went up.
Actually, public utilities ended up going down.
Yeah.
I was gonna say electricity went
Electricity.
down, the propane went up, but we know the price of propane went up.
Right, propane has been a tough
Yeah.
item. It seems like it keeps going up and up and up, especially ever since Eversource took it over from Columbia.
Oh, yeah, because they're paying off all that explosion in Boston area.
Yeah, well, we're paying for the
Yeah,
explosion
exactly. Yeah.
in Lawrence.
It was Lawrence, right? Yeah.
So, but we've been lucky with the heating oil. We get a very good price from a local vendor. We've been paying probably $3.04 a gallon.
Nice.
He's been very good to us. We've been lucky with the pricing. As compared to the annex where we get it from another local vendor and it's like $3.94.
Yeah, well, big difference.
Oh, but the annex, because we rent it, we can't
Yes,
pick our,
yes,
our guy.
We have to use their, okay.
yes.
Excuse me.
And the West Street School for heating, you expect it to go down? Cause we don't know what's gonna happen, right? So,
Again,
yeah.
I guess, you know, I base it on historical data as much as I can. But if we're gonna shut down half the building and not heat it, or keep it at 52
Yeah,
degrees
yeah,
or something
minimum,
of that
yeah.
nature,
Yeah.
you know? It may help us.
You don't need to go through the calculation of electricity for us.
No, that's okay. That's, I just put it there so you can see how
Yeah.
I come up with my numbers.
I am curious for the library now that we talked about those lights all the time. With the, okay, because you would have it under here as Carnegie Hall maybe, or there's 3 libraries, so one of them's got to be Carnegie Hall, right?
Hold on. The one with 116,800 kilowatts. It's
Yeah.
the fourth one from the
That's
bottom.
a new library.
That's the new public library.
Okay.
What helps us a little bit with that is we have a solar panel on the roof,
Oh, okay.
okay?
Only one?
Well, no, it's
One's
covers
Oh,
a section,
okay.
like a side or 1 or 2 sides.
Okay.
No, it's not just one single panel. But it's just saying there's a solar system on it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll change it to that. So that helps us a little bit. Then the other thing that helps us is that they're included, we buy power from a solar field.
That's Cursonage, right?
Right, ours is out in Athol. So we get 100% reduction from National Grid for the power cost. and we only pay 80% of it towards the Kearsarge. So we save actually 20% on every kilowatt.
And that is Kearsarge on here? I was curious what.
That's actually, it's that right there where all the negatives are.
Oh,
It's the
okay, the
third column
negatives.
from the right. See,
Yeah.
it says Kearsarge,
Kearsarge, okay.
and the ones with the negatives are the ones we have included to buy the power from the solar field.
And you said some savings.
Yes,
Now, the high school does the same, right? Do they get from a solar field?
they got it from, I think, East Street
Okay.
solar field.
All right, and this one doesn't have a name on it. Or one says natural, the one behind it says natural gas. Is this one the oil one? Where it's got Aldridge Fire, Highway,
Yes,
Loxley? Okay,
That's the oil one.
okay. Yeah, so he's got it by year, so you
Yeah.
can see the increase and decrease depending on how much they're charging for oil.
It's amazing, huh?
Yeah. Can you imagine 2001, $462.04? Oh, we were in a different building.
Mhm.
There's that too.
Yep.
All the way to 5,000.
Yep.
Yes.
So,
Where do we have natural? Oh, here we go. West Street building. Here, natural gas here, right? Or propane?
yes, we have
Natural-
natural gas here. And we have propane at the new library. The new library has propane. And then the dog pound is heated with propane.
So this one's the propane one.
And
The
then
pump stations too?
pump stations, yes.
Okay, yeah.
And
this one's
then
propane.
the highway every now and then has a propane heater that sometimes we have to fill in the wintertime.
Yep.
When there's not enough waste oil that comes in
Oh,
to continue heating just by waste oil.
okay. So it's a reserve tank when they don't have the oil to burn.
Yes.
Right, so the public buildings for gasoline, that's really for his trucks and stuff, right?
Actually, gasoline is for everybody. All our
Okay.
departments, all our departments, police, fire, highway, council on aging. You know, public buildings, Jeremy's equipment,
Okay.
cemetery, it's included under a lot of this stuff too, so.
Do you think that number can come down some, or you don't know what is gonna happen with the gas prices, right?
What's gonna happen with OPEC?
Yeah.
What's gonna happen with the tariffs?
No.
Okay, you know, it's again. Can we knock it down?
We might
Try.
be in trouble later.
We could try, but then all of a sudden the OPEC gets upset and they start an embargo again, you know?
Right.
Who knows what's gonna happen? That's another one, try and read your crystal ball as what the price of oil is gonna do.
If only we had one.
Yep. I mean, mine's kind of cloudy, to be honest with you.
All right, communications.
That's all our
That's numbers.
telephones and our cable connections to all our public buildings. Police, fire, here, highway, annex, old library. And to be honest with you, I have been toying with the idea of looking at what fiber would cost us at the Go GTT
Yeah, go
Go
down.
ahead.
to switch over from Comcast to them for fiber.
Is it, I don't know if it's, I haven't done my research on it either, to know if it's a better system. Like if it's a faster system on a interrupted system.
I've heard people who are on it, they've had very little interruptions, very little issues regarding
Yeah.
connectivity.
Yeah.
It's been a very stable system. I don't know about the cost and all the other stuff that goes along with it.
I've heard the same that it is a good system, but I also heard that it's more costly.
Okay,
So, but that's only a few people that I know that did decide to go with it.
right.
And would it just be for internet, or would they run a telephone through it too? When
I'm
the
sure they
fiber-
must run telephone,
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure they can.
because I believe some people still have telephones through the old Granby Tel. The 467 orders. A
Yeah,
lot of them are just still just,
right. Ours was with Comcast when, yeah, so.
So is the inspections like the, building?
that's our building commission.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
I just wanted to get that to you so that you could see we incorporated the new contract into it.
Okay.
And his, I was gonna say, and his, classes.
That's the 1,800 for tuition meetings.
Okay, got it.
I'm sorry, where is it? It's
Yeah,
somewhere.
I see it. That,
It's
the
about
1,800 is
halfway down.
telephone, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
Yep,
Yeah.
that is telephone.
So I'm looking,
where is it? I gotta figure out where it is.
education and books, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think in his contract, Chris, he has to come to the board if he wants to go to something.
You budgeted, yes, you budgeted, X number of dollars, but however, in order to attend, he has to get prior approval of the select board.
So would we have to pull that from our budget? Because I don't know if it would be in his budget, right? Under the $566.
Let me go back and look at that. I don't think
Yeah.
you have to pull it from yours.
Okay,
I think it's just in part of his.
we would be able to find it in here?
I'll be able to look and see.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll let you know.
May I ask, what is mileage electrical?
Okay, what it is our inspectors. We contract out with inspectors to go out and
Yeah.
you do electrical work. We pay them $35 per inspection,
Mm-hmm.
plus mileage to go to and from the site.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, and that's all that really is.
So,
Same thing. with
Even
gas.
for the gas inspector, we have mileage for him to go
okay.
and do his inspection.
So it's the mileage to the trade.
Yes,
Got it. It didn't make sense to me.
Whereas their inspections will go underneath the inspection part.
correct.
Yeah.
Got it.
And if you notice under stipend, I have it at 4,000, which was, I believe, what you had negotiated with him. I think it was like 340 a month or something or other, I believe. I have to go back and look at the contract.
Is it that much? I
What
thought it
was the
was.
stipend for?
I think for him to use his own vehicle to go to
I
meetings.
thought it was just mileage reimbursement that we were doing, so it's gonna be under that stipend?
Yeah, I think that's where it would be, because that's where we put Damien's for his $50 a week
Okay.
that he was getting. I'm a little fuzzy on that one because that one, Kathy was talking to me as I was trying to figure everything out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we gave him a stipend. I think we said he can take the car out there, the electric car.
He
out
uses
there.
that for the inspections daily
Okay.
Okay.
around town. But I think there was something else about him using his own vehicle for something else, to attend meetings or whatever, something like that nature. I can't remember what it was. I'll have to go back and look.
Okay.
Classes. I don't remember that.
I don't remember.
Can we look into that a little bit?
Sure.
Because I don't remember the stipend end of it. I
Yeah.
thought I remember mileage.
Okay, let me go back and look
Okay.
inside the contract itself. Okay.
Thank you.
Sealer Waste
Wait.
contract with Northampton, right?
Yes.
So, good, good. Emergency management,
Emergency management is basically, You know, the code red system we use to notify people.
Yep.
It's also pays for, we turn around and, contract with a private firm for weather forecasting for our site alone, or like the town itself. That runs us, actually, that's under the emergency management supplies is like 1,500 a year. And what they do is they have, when a snowstorm is coming in, they have a weatherman, for lack of it, a meteorologist who is on site available for us to talk to.
Yeah.
And they tell us what the weather's gonna be in Granby
Ahead of time, yeah.
versus going based upon what you see on Channel 22, what you see through the National Weather Administration,
yeah.
NOAA, all that. It's like we have our own NOAA for the
Yep.
town of Granby itself.
And then they advise the highway department and
Yes.
the police.
Yes.
Yeah, we also have that in Chipley. I'm just glad.
It's hard to explain. It's like you have your own weatherman on,
Yeah,
on steps, on retainer.
pretty much, yep. That's where it is.
So,
So the sewer enterprise fund pretty much should pay for itself because everyone pays their sewer fees.
yes. Just so you know, prior to town meeting, we will set sewer rate for FY 26.
Okay.
That will be coming in front of you probably first meeting in May, to be honest with you.
Now, do we need that in order to do this budget for it though?
Well, what it happens is the board will decide if they're gonna use any of the retained earnings to reduce the impact of that large increase from South Hadley. That number, they increased here from 15 to 35 units, and they went up dramatically on the per EDU cost.
Yes.
So the question, that's the coffee pot heating,
Okay.
because it's plugged in. What it does, it keeps the
Keeps it-
water in the tank warm.
I'm hearing something gurgling. I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, no, actually it's
Plus-
bubbling. Actually, it's bubbling because it's being heated. What happens is the board, if you feel that the rate is gonna go up too dramatically for a group of people, you can take some of that retained earnings and apply it to help reduce
The fee.
the fee, just like we do to reduce the tax levy.
Yeah.
It's the same idea, but you're doing it in the enterprise fund.
But the only downfall of that would be if something happens to one of the units or something and we have to replace it because that's not on them.
Right.
Those boxes, or what does David call them? The
The-
boxes
His,
that he has to go.
his pump station.
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 So if something happened, and actually I think there was a couple of them that did go,
Yeah,
right? That
yeah.
he had to do this year.
He has issues with the grinder pumps a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, they're the ones that go because people decide that they're gonna flush down towels,
Yeah.
depends.
Diapers, yeah.
You know, so you get the plastic that gets caught in the grinder and
Sure.
or then all of a sudden there's not enough really flow, so the grinder is, doesn't have enough other stuff to help break it up and
Yeah.
things of that nature. We won't get into the issues with solid waste.
So they've got, I was gonna say, they've got inspections on here, Chris. Do we have repairs?
We do inspections because what we do is for the community septic users. We have 48 users. What we do, instead of having to do Title V inspections on all 48 every 3 years, we break it up. We do 16 a year. So that it's on a constant rotation basis. So you go through, they come in, they inspect the D box, they inspect the tank, they inspect everything to make sure that everything is okay. And then what happens is If everything's okay, we pay $300. You just use that as a number for them to do that. They'll do 16 this year, then they'll line up the next 16 the next year, and it's just a constant rotating basis. So
Every-
it's a
every
cost of
3
doing
years.
business.
Okay.
But there's no, if something goes wrong at those pump stations, it's not on here for fixing it. We
Well,
don't have a,
if you look, we have maintenance. If you go down
Yeah.
to 5240,
okay, so that's gonna be,
there's 16,000 there.
okay,
Hopefully, we won't have something really major, a crack in the wall or
Mhm.
something of that nature. Because then we would probably have to come back and start doing either look at transferring out of retained earnings or going out and borrowing in order to be able to pay for the repair. But then again, that would then get charged back to these users only for that
Okay.
borrow.
Okay.
Okay.
okay. Then this is waste management, municipal,
So this is municipal solid waste. Again, it's getting to the point where the board's gonna have to make a decision. Are we gonna continue curbside collection?
I really don't think we should. I really think we should have a transfer station, Chris. And then they come in and they grab it.
And I agree,
I think it's too
but
expensive.
where are you gonna put it?
Where do we put it?
So who owns the old dump? Whose property is
Waste,
that?
waste management.
Could you put a transfer station at the highway department?
We have an issue there with wetlands, because you have that little stream that runs out behind it.
Yeah.
Cause he's got a couple dumpsters there now, right?
But they don't hold waste all the time.
Okay.
The type that waste that we would be having at a transfer station. Because there's gonna be potentially food waste. We should really be doing a food waste container.
Right.
We really should have like the clothing. We should have textiles. We should have all this other stuff. But that's for recycling only.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do about the actual municipal solid waste? The trash. That's the major part of this, because they could collect both recycling and waste.
Yeah, I mean, thinking back to when we were using the dump, I want to say they could fill 2 40-yard dumpsters on a Saturday just because everyone's going on the same day.
Right.
Okay?
Well, and then I'm thinking too, the only big property we own is West Street,
Yep. I
right?
was just thinking.
And
that.
again,
Yeah.
it's gonna get the NIMBYs, not in my backyard, who are gonna come out and complain. Because that actually is a good site for that, because
It's
you
open.
come in on West Street, you go out on Porter.
Yeah,
Yep.
It's a drive-through facility and you just drop.
I think that's
How
something
long
that
would it?
I know this is gonna be on your time and the other two members, but I really think it's something that needs to be looked at because, like you said, it's just gonna keep going up.
Mm-hmm.
And the taxes are just gonna keep going up, and where can we save? We can save on, with the transfer station. Instead of getting curbside pickup. And that would also solve the problem of all the people who are like, well, we're sick of paying for door-to-door service. Because I'm paying for a huge bin and I only have one bag.
Right. Us
So they're
two,
like,
okay.
yeah, and they're like, well, it's not fair. And I'm like, okay, but how do we see how many people live in the house and average your price on that? That would be so difficult to do. So every household has to pay the same.
Right.
Because I don't even want to get into that can of worms.
No, honestly, well, that was the whole problem
Yeah,
when we first started curbside collection.
yeah,
When the landfill closed, okay, we're no longer taking waste. We're not doing this. We were in a bind.
yeah.
Absolutely.
What do you do with it?
Yeah.
Do we turn around because if you tell them to take the waste away, you're paying for disposal fees with the company that is collecting it.
Right.
And right now, trash is gold. The trash market is gold
Yeah.
to find a place to put it, number one. And number two, who's gonna take it away?
So we would still have to pay, I know, Chris, when we see on the warrants, where,
Tipping fees.
yeah, there we go. I don't see it on here, but on the warrant.
Because it's just part of
part
the
of-
municipal waste, solid waste handling costs.
Okay, those are
It's-
the tipping fees. So we
It's,
could
it's
have,
tipping fees
Yeah.
and the the cost of waste management to collect it.
right, this one is, but if we had a transfer station, we could cut that number down and only pay the tipping fees.
Potentially,
Yeah,
yes.
and I think that's something.
Well, it'll be whatever it costs for them to haul, depending upon how much waste you get
Yeah,
on a weekend. Or are you gonna open it 2 days a week? So are you gonna have to haul it out 2 days a week? You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Right.
Because I know up my way, our transfer station is open 2 days a week. Wednesdays and Saturdays.
Mhm.
So if you get an influx of people who are coming in on Wednesdays, you're gonna have to get it out of there.
For
Plus,
that.
it also depends what DEP is allowing you to license for,
Okay,
because you gotta go through a licensing process to be able to run a transfer station.
tag it, Dave. That's
Yep.
gonna be on you guys.
Making notes.
No, I'm just saying, yes, it's not an easy solution,
No,
No,
and it
it's
never
not.
will be.
I mean, obviously, a transfer station would save us significant amount of money. The residents might be happier with that, but then.
some,
But-
like Chris
Well,
said,
that's
not.
what-
to put
yeah,
those-
Then where do we?
But again, you're gonna run into the issue is you have to have someone up there to monitor it to make sure someone doesn't throw away illegal waste.
What about the salt shed? Is there any room over there for dumpsters?
No, no.
Because they're only using that, you know.
Well, we have to
winter
be,
season.
no, we have to be careful because the leach field for the West Street building
Is right there.
is right there.
That's the one, that's across from the highway department, right? That
No.
open field?
You're talking at the backside of West Street building.
Yeah.
When you look
Oh, okay.
over,
Yeah.
you see the big structure there?
Yes,
The leach field is right in that area, over
Okay.
through there. It goes across Crescent Street,
okay.
and then the leach field is on the other side, where I call the old boneyard,
Okay.
in the boneyard area.
Yeah, we don't have any other land in town where we could do that, really.
Nope. Because at one point, we had, when the highway was being built there, we knew we had that other part of land, and they were talking about potentially putting the transfer station there. But I think DEP had a concern because of the stream that runs down behind it. Or
Behind,
wetlands that are.
behind the highway department?
Yeah, you know, the woods to the,
Yeah,
to the
Right.
right of it?
Yeah.
There's wetlands right behind there. And there's a concern that leaving stuff there and leaching into the wetlands.
is there, isn't there property across the street from the highway department? It's not ours, is it?
It's residential.
No, those are all residential homes on the other side of Crescent.
For some reason, I didn't think there was one right across from the highway, but I can't picture it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right. Well, nothing we can do about it. They went up in cost, so,
And that was just for the 1 year extension.
yeah,
Jeez.
I know. That's why we really gotta figure that out.
Yes. Yes.
All right, liability insurance,
Hmm.
that's for all our properties and everything, right?
Yep.
So, and that's just contractually what they went up at.
Well, yes, they've said to plan a 5% increase in your regular costs.
Yeah.
But then I also have to pay vacant building costs
Okay.
for West Street building. That one runs me probably about $27,000 a year,
Yeah.
just for that one building.
Yeah.
As a vacant building. And when you start looking at the way that goes, that increases, for the last 2 years, it's been increasing on the average about 15% per year for the premium.
Wow.
So that's why we need to identify what we're gonna do with that building,
Yeah.
so I can If we raise it, we can potentially save 27,000 a year for just insurance costs. But I don't want to cut our nose off in spite of our face either.
Yeah.
Well, we'll know soon enough, I guess.
Yes.
County retirement is just everybody's retirement.
Yep. And our assessment based upon our percentage of the total wages that are paid out.
Workers' compensation. Ooh, this is nice, huh?
Yep.
Wow.
I like the decrease.
Yeah. That's shocking. But nice.
Unemployment compensation, good.
What helped us there was the reduction from 0.2% assessment to a 0.1% assessment.
Okay.
Is that for, which one, I'm sorry? For the unemployment?
Unemployment.
Okay.
Insurance is the biggie.
Yeah.
18% increase in insurance rates.
Oh, there it is. And that's because the town still pays, what's the percentage for the town?
We pay, well,
You
it
gotta
all
be
depends
careful
if
with the
you're
school
married
and
or
the-
if you're single.
And the school versus the town, right? Do we have separate
Nope.
rates or we have the same rate,
Nope,
right?
they're all the same rate
Okay.
for the town. If it's a single plan, the town pays 74%. If it's a family plan, we pay 64%. But the problem that we ran into is the Hampshire County Group Insurance Trust subsidized the rates for about the last 5 years. Because they had excess reserves.
The Hampshire County,
Hampshire County Group Insurance Trust. HCGIT.
now they don't have that money.
Now the reserves are down. They don't have the excess reserves to subsidize the rate. So now we're seeing the true impact of an increase. Like I said, they artificially kept them low.
Yeah.
Plus, claims data are up. You know, you go and you look at what's going on with the claims data. I believe they've had a few large claims, large issues. You know, someone gets cancer, someone has open heart surgery, somebody has, you know, some major medical problem. And easily gets up to $1 million if you're not careful. So,
It's just crazy what the cost of insurance is
yes.
when, you know, when you think about it, I mean. Luckily, I'm fairly healthy. I don't use it, but I
Was fairly
pay a
healthy
lot.
too. I went to the
pay a lot
doctors,
for it.
went to the doctors once a year. That's all I did. No
Right.
pills, no nothing. Well, guess what? That didn't have
Well,
anything now.
No, I know it changes. I understand that, but you know, it's amazing what you pay out all the years and never use it.
Yep.
You see those numbers and it's just wow.
Well, so that was the biggie here. And as you can see, that's almost a $600,000 increase in expenses
Yeah.
for one department.
It's crazy.
And then the next one is life insurance, and
Yeah.
that's pretty basic.
Yeah.
So that's the budget in a nutshell.
So I think, Chris, one of the questions I've had, I mean, you see on the news all the time, all these different towns are cutting in every single department.
We were lucky. I was told to keep the status quo until the new administrator.
And then
We were
heard
able to get
too.
through this year without cuts. But we used all our free cash to do this.
To do what's in this budget here.
Yes. Okay. I had already told the administrator, because I went through this budget with her once,
Okay.
that I'm just doing status quo for her. It'll be up to her to decide what has to be done next year.
Yeah, because there's no way that we can continue
You
this.
can't continue like we're going.
Yeah.
Unless the state increases the chapter 70 allocation that comes to the school. the school can't operate on a $47,000 increase in chapter 78 over from one fiscal year to the next. And if we get more.
Which one are you on?
We got, well, I have basically, based upon the governor's budget, as well for the DESI website.
It's like the cherry sheet, right?
It's like a church.
Okay.
Okay, and it says, okay, that gives for the town of Granby, the required net school spending went up 470,000 from 25 to 26. Our chapter 70 aid went up $48,000, which meant the town had to come up with an additional 422,000 from 25 to 26.
On top of whatever additional asks they were asking.
Yep,
So we already do the 600,000.
yep,
Then we had to come up with an additional 422,000. So that's $1 million.
yep.
And then they were asking for,
An additional 300 and some odd thousand.
330.
were we able to come up with that?
No.
Any of it?
Well, we lucked out because the in-kind, he budgeted 2.8 million, it came in at 2.66, so about 140,000.
Okay, so
So about half.
almost half.
So again, we're being squeezed ourselves.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice to be able to try and give the schools what they want, but as you heard Kevin, the cost of maintenance for his software, his equipment.
Yeah.
You know, here's the price, pay it or be done. That's
Yeah,
the
but-
issue we're running into.
You can't be cut off.
There's nowhere that I guess, Chris, where I'm coming from is when every budget and every other town is cutting, and the only thing we're cutting for ours is the school, it looks very bad.
I didn't cut the school. All I said,
can't
we
give
gave
them
them 600,000 above minimum. They wanted $1 million. I can't do it. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. If the board wants to turn around and say, no, okay, I want 100,000 from each of the other departments so we can give it to the school, don't you think that's gonna be a hard nut to swallow?
Well, it's not like you're giving it to to the school necessarily. You're saying if one department has to cut, everyone has to cut. Everyone should be sharing that burden. It shouldn't just be one sole department. It's like if you say, and I know
But
what I
again,
was,
I will argue with you that we hold them to 3% increase. The school says we're doing level service. That's an 8% increase.
where does it say that? That didn't say
When you
that.
look at the school, when you look
Yeah.
at what they give you, a level service budget for
Yeah.
them averages 5 to 8% increase from year to year. Remember when we sat with them, they talked about that.
It's 8%.
It's 8%. I'm trying to hold everybody else to 3%.
But not all the line items are held to 3% based on
But
need.
when you look at bottom line, from
Yeah.
year to year, it's 3%, 99%, unless it's something that's way out of our control,
Yeah,
like health insurance.
Yeah.
Okay, that ended up being what was that? That ended up being a 29% increase. But outside our control, either that or we start playing with what we're gonna be paying for, including for people to be able to be covered by our plan. Do we start playing with the plan? Do we start doing other things? You do that, the unions are gonna wanna negotiate because you're changing their health insurance coverage. What are you gonna give me if I have to pay more in health premiums? What are you gonna give me in return? I know the school's facing a problem that they have union contracts coming up. Okay? Yeah, the teachers, the paras, the secretaries, custodians, they're gonna want increases. You know, we have actually our fire contract, our fire union contract is up June of 25.
I think the police contract is coming up too.
June of 26.
Okay.
Okay? Those are issues we gotta figure out, because they're gonna want increases. You know, it's a
Did the-
very tough time right now.
Did the
And
chief,
that's what I'm saying, and I feel like, and I know that there's gonna be areas like you were saying, and like the chief and building maintenance that are required in order for those buildings to function and in order for the departments to function.
You know, it's just,
But there's needs everywhere, and I just feel like,
I'm not gonna argue that. I agree.
yeah,
I agree with you. Again, it would be nice if we had a large company or a large benefactor came in and gave us umpteen $1 million. Here you go, folks. Enjoy.
and I think this is why people are gonna have a hard time with the West Street building.
I agree.
Because we are spending all of our free cash, we have nothing for reserve, right?
No,
So,
but free cash disappears every June 30th. So we would have to go out and get it recertified before it becomes an available fund. Free cash is based upon the prior year June 30th balance sheet. That's all it is.
Okay.
So the free cash that was calculated for fiscal year 25 is based upon what our financial condition was as of June 30th.
yeah,
Okay? They say, okay, you now have this much, actually our free cash is excess undesignated fund balance. Retained earnings.
so if the line items weren't spent, it's gotta be given back to the town and then it's put into free cash, which has to be registered
Right, which then becomes an available funding source
for the next fiscal year.
other type of things, whatever.
Okay.
You know, we used a lot of it for the capital items.
Yeah.
We used it for the technology upgrades up at the school, for the replacement of the generator, for buying their own field maintainer.
Yeah.
There's $300,000 in free cash that I used for those 4 topics.
Yeah.
Okay? It's, again, Jeremy, $130,000 for his energy management system.
Yeah.
He had another $130,000 for the library management system. And I said, I can't do both
You can
in
do
both.
one, yeah.
No.
Pick.
That's-
You got to pick and choose. That's where it comes down to. Again, because it's a very difficult process when you're starting to do the budget, because you're trying, again, look 18 months in the future. What's going to happen on the oil market? What's going to happen here? What's going to happen there? And you just don't know.
Crystal ball.
And like I said, mine's become cracked and it's becoming cloudy. You know, nothing is clear anymore because you don't know what's happening down at the Washington, D.C. with the feds. Every time you turn around, it's bad news coming out of there.
True.
You look at the Fed Reserve, that's bad news all the time. Nobody's going to want to invest in municipal bonds, so we won't be able to do much construction because we're a poor risk because they don't know what to do with their money because they don't know if their money's going to be safe for 4 years.
Sure.
Okay, it's such a fluid process right now.
Well, it's volatile. It's
And I think that's one of the reasons why so many people came out for the West Street building, because we don't know where we are financially. We didn't have a budget in front of us before that meeting, you know what I mean? So I had so many insecurities about like what was going to happen that I couldn't vote on it.
You know, and I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
This budget should have been done when I was gone. I came back and I was expected to put a budget together in a week and a half. Okay?
Yeah.
That normally takes a month to a month and a half to put together, to really go through and analyze and think things through and talk with people. None of that was done.
I think, well, from what Ira had told me, he met with everyone and he was doing that collaborative meeting on that Thursday and then he was presenting the budget to us afterwards, but I don't think he was gonna do what you say status quo with the budget. I think he was gonna do a lot of cuts.
But again, he would turn around and just say, he turned to Highway and said, you have too many people in your department. He has 5 people. He has 5 people. He has a mechanic, He has a heavy equipment operator. He has an assistant mechanic and then 2 truck drivers. That's what he has in his department.
He didn't say too many, to me anyways, he said too many FTEs doing the same thing between the building and the highway department.
Okay, the issue becomes, we have 3 people in public buildings. They're out mowing constantly during the summer. We have Brownells, you've got Dufrane's, you've got the high school, you've got this building, you've got the annex. You know,
At
you've got
East
the-
Meadow, right? In the back for East
Right,
Meadow,
I'm
they
just
don't
saying,
do the
I'm saying,
front,
high
yeah.
school, East Meadow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of acreage,
Yeah.
to try and get
It
done
is.
in a week's time,
It is.
okay? Because, yeah, we have big equipment, but it's a lot of acreage. And when they're up at the school, they have to be careful if the kids are outside, because they can't mow if the kids are outside.
Gonna say they always mow when I'm teaching. I'm like,
Because,
hold on, guys, I'll wait.
because the kids are inside, because the students are inside.
Yeah,
But they'll get over to East Meadow, they'll be in the middle of mowing, and all of a sudden they'll release the 6th grade class out into that play area behind the area. They can't mow because they can't take the risk of something flying and hitting one of the children. Okay, GAA calls and says, oh, we need the fields mowed every Tuesday and Thursday because we have a game. Well, what has to give? Something has to give because they have to be there mowing the ball fields, so on and so forth. Okay, it's by right, we get a recreation person, create a recreation department, that person's going to want certain things done in a timely manner. We just don't have enough to be honest with you, we don't have enough manpower for what everybody wants to be done.
do you think that's why a bunch of citizens came in front of us last year and wanted to volunteer their time? So
Right,
we do have that form, so if people do want to volunteer and help, they can.
right, but again, they should coordinate with Jeremy too.
Right.
Because, okay, yeah, I can go out and mow the field. Are they gonna mow it, want it, scalp it?
No.
Okay, are they gonna hit the automatic sprinkler system on the soccer field?
I made reference to that, to Glenn Durham in regards to, we have to, it's great that if you can get people to volunteer, but you do have to coordinate it.
Yes,
Well, yeah, they have to fill out that form and whatever they're wanting to do, whatever department is in charge of it, they do have to talk to them, yeah,
But I don't see anybody knocking down the door and
right
to
now.
do it right
yeah.
now, so.
no, and that's all I'm saying, I'm not, hey, I'd be glad to get all this volunteer help. Okay? You know, it helps that the National Honor Society goes out and rakes up pine cones and,
Actually, Jeremy gave us a couple other projects for April break.
but you know what
Yeah.
I'm saying, that helps.
Yeah.
But again, it's a department of 3 people.
What
Yeah.
really helped was when Dave brought the dumpster for us and we put the needles and picked up the pile. So all Dave had to do is come and take the dumpster.
Right,
That's what helps. Like Jeremy said, you can't have them come and do the piles and then not pick up the piles because they don't know when they're gonna be able to get to it.
Yep.
And I
Yep.
agree with that. So that year that Dave brought the dumpster was perfect.
you
It
know,
worked out really
it's,
well.
you know, and that's the problem is, by right, you know, you look at Belchtown, they have a department of 5, 6 people just doing field maintenance. These guys are doing field maintenance and repairs,
And building
right,
Yeah.
okay?
and inspections.
You know, and that's the problem is we're getting a good bang from the buck from the people we have, but really we should have more people. We're lucky that Dave DeRozier is a civil engineer. Because he does a lot of the work that we would normally have to have contracted out if we don't have them. You know, police, you talk to the police. Do we want to get rid of 3rd shift? We can reduce the staff, but you're going to get a 3rd shift problem. You're not going to have police officers out on the road.
Right.
Okay?
How many people are on 3rd shift at the police department?
Well, you got the dispatcher and then 3, the supervisor and 2 patrolmen. You know, we're talking about looking at regionalizing dispatch.
Actually, I was gonna talk to the chief about that tonight because him and I had the discussion and he did meet with the gentleman for it. But I didn't want it to be a longer meeting than it was gonna be.
No, but the issue is
Yeah,
when you look at it, it'll be beneficial to the town for probably 3 years because the state will pay for it as we get it up and running. But then we have to pay full bore for year 4.
what is the payment? Do you know?
Could be 300,000 a year.
Oh my goodness.
But we would house it here and the other communities would pay us.
No, not necessarily. You have to look at, do we have enough space to house it?
Okay. Because I think that's what he was looking into.
But you gotta
is if
look
we
at
could be the house
the
community.
current dispatch area. Is it big enough to have enough dispatchers and enough equipment
For a
to
regional
handle
office.
three communities, 4 communities, whatever you end up doing?
Yeah.
And I was under the impression that we didn't have enough space
Okay.
to help the host community.
That's the thing with government, everything they want to regionalize because it saves money.
Right.
And I get it, but you've got to have the
But
facilities.
sometimes it doesn't save money to regionalize.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna be honest with you, schools is one of the big one. Everybody says regionalize the school, you're gonna save money. Not necessarily.
yeah.
I'm sorry, that's the way it is. Everybody said, oh, it's gonna be cheaper. Number one, you're gonna have to bus these children somewhere if they're not gonna stay.
Oh,
in your
busing is
community.
ridiculous right now.
Yes,
I can't believe how much we pay for buses,
yeah,
for transportation.
It's-
And in Granby, we don't have that many students, so the buses are empty.
I see it when I'm driving in. I see it.
I feel like.
You're
there
lucky you
should
have 2 kids on a bus.
I feel like there should be a better system, like.
We should have all short buses going through Granby,
I know.
not the large ones. To be honest with you,
Right, less passengers.
yeah.
Yeah.
And heaven forbid that the buses try and get out at release time because you got 50 million parents lined up trying to pick up
That's-
their kids.
That's par for the course.
You know, but I'm just saying, it's just. Well, we could talk about the woes all night long. but
I know.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
All I'm gonna say is there will be some tough decisions that have to be made in the upcoming fiscal years. Very tough decisions.
Chris, would you be able to have the fire chief come at our April 29th?
I'm gonna
meeting?
see if he can make it to that
Yeah.
meeting, yes.
That way we don't have to spend another, it's 9:20.
I agree, I know the feeling. So,
So I
right.
will make a motion to adjourn.
I will second that motion. Any further discussion? I'm telling you no.
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you.